And one. And welcome on in, Pokemon Unite trainers, Underdunk number 76, the Golem episode. I have both a Alolan and regular Golem, both Pokemon 76. But we are back 1 week after Underdunk 75. Hopefully everybody's weeks are going well. Mine's been all right, but welcome in, everybody, and welcome into my co-caster, my 25 months in a row subscriber, Husky Star. Welcome in, Husky.
That's a lot of money to steal, Agent Kyle, keeping you afloat in this time of unemployment. At least you don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yep. Hopefully.
Still unemployed at Pokemon, though. No updates true. There. But, we'll see. We'll check back in. We'll check back in next week and see what happens.
We'll see. Hashtag free Huskyle for Worlds.
Now it's not just Huskyle for Worlds. Now it's free Huskyle.
It sounds like we're offering our work for free. I don't know if that's going to be the case. But either way, Underdunk 76, we are back. And let's talk shop. We have a new format for tonight. Still going to be the Swiss format like we have had the last few weeks, or I guess at this point, last few months. We have 4 rounds of Swiss. But after that 4 rounds is concluded, the winner of our Swiss matches are going to be going up against a league team. This week, it is going to be IX Gaming, formerly version 1, that world's qualifying team that you all know and love. I love them. Super excited for that. Winner, I guess if the contesting team, the winner of the Swiss, if they're able to defeat IX Gaming, they are going to get a nice little badge, which I'm super excited about. And then if teams or players collect all 8 badges, similar to how everything worked within the Pokemon games, gonna get a nice little role within our Discord channel titled Underdunk Champions. So pretty cool new initiative that we're running. IX is going to be the first on the list. We'll be trying to get all the remaining league teams in here as well, but that super exciting for the format for today. Husky, anything new since the last time we saw you?
No, I mean, I think it's pretty cool having some of the teams come in and, get a chance for some of the Underdunk teams to practice. There isn't a lot of opportunity for teams to be competitive since this league format started. And, as we're wrapping up the league now, we've kind of got most everything figured out with, there's a couple outstanding situations we're not super sure about, but we're wrapping it up. And I think that everyone's just kind of in like an off time in terms of competitive Unite. There's not a lot of opportunities. So getting the opportunity to have some teams come in that were part of this league format, practice with some of these teams that are still wanting to play competitive, I think is really going to be a great thing for the grassroots scene.
I think so too. And we have 15 teams today, I believe, that are going to be competing and make it 16 with the addition of IX Gaming at the end of the evening. But let's take a look. Let's pivot into our Underdunk 75 stats. We have the top encounters from last week. Not as big of a tournament as it is this week, so maybe a little bit less data, but going from Underdunk 74 to 75, there was not much change. Obviously, we did not have a patch between that time, so a lot of the meta has stayed relatively the same. The one thing that we did see was Zapdos getting added in, and just as we kind of suspected, that Pokemon is going to get picked or banned a majority of the times, and at a 92.11 encounter rate. And you see the rest of it, Surfetch kind of being a menace 100% of the matches it was represented.
Yeah, I mean, this doesn't surprise me. There hasn't been a very big change across the meta. I think we talked about this last week as well. The Greninja being there often is a little bit surprising, but I think it also has to do with the fact that it was a smaller tournament.
Yeah.
And this week being a bigger tournament is definitely great. It's Holy Thursday, if you didn't know. Easter is Sunday. So I think that people are really feeling the presence of the Lord in Pokemon Unite this evening.
I think so too. Surely they are.
Yeah, they went to the Last Supper. That's for sure.
The Last Supper. Depending on what the next patch is, it might be the Last Supper for some of these Pokemon in the top meta. That's a pivot towards our top picks.
I was thinking the same thing.
You've been saying this, actually. I'm pretty sure.
I've been saying this. Like, here we go. Here's the 12 apostles. I know that there's 10 of them, but remember that Peter denied Jesus and Judas killed himself. So the remaining 10, here they are, the top picks of last week. Umbreon, not a surprise considering that so many of those other like top encounter rate Pokemon have been banned very consistently. So, seeing these being picked quite a lot is definitely not a surprise. I think I'm probably most surprised with some of these low win rates in these top picks. I feel like, Greninja with a high win rate, again, a little wild, but I think it was a product of last week itself. But seeing things like Suicune with a relatively low win rate. Machamp is really strong right now, is really good in ACL. Blaziken, Ceruledge, all having pretty low win rates is definitely a bit of a surprise.
I think so too. I was kind of shocked putting the graphics together this week. I'm like, look at all these Pokemon with sub 50 win rates in the top 10. I thought it was a little odd, but yeah. I think a lot of these Pokemon are good. They just weren't performing in the way that we would have normally expected. I think the one that I'm like still not fully sold on is Dragonite in competitive. I think you still kind of struggle in a lot of areas, but we'll see if that one gets picked up again tonight. We'll go back into the bans. Obviously, this is very, kind of top of mind, knowing that we have kind of like these 5 Pokemon, the 5 horsemen, that are kind of terrorizing the meta right now. The Sirfetch'd, we obviously talked about that 100% encounter rate, but the Blastoise, Psyduck, Charizard, and Zapdos all also have been very strong. Not picked a ton because of this high ban rate, though.
Yeah, and this Zapdos with the low win rate as well. A little bit surprising, honestly. I imagine we'll still continue to see it banned. It's a little bit ridiculous in terms of the damage output, but it is an attacker, so you can throw something like Darkrai with that 100% win rate on top of it, and then you don't really have to worry as much about that damage.
I think Darkrai is just such an interesting Pokemon. The last few weeks, we've seen it in a couple of different spots. We've seen it banned a lot. It seems like it's more of like a targeted ban opposed to it's either a targeted ban or it's a ban against a comp that you want to play with. So like we don't see it get picked a ton. We do see it kind of represented in this ban phase, but teams have started to kind of shift away from it. But in certain situations, it can be still really incredibly powerful. So I'm excited to see, if we see a little bit more of it this week. The other thing that's kind of shifted a little bit too, especially in our Underdunk 75, is the ranked map now on Groudon, and we're starting to see a little bit of a shift from players. So, right, we had a very heavy bias towards Kyogre, and now with the ranked map, rank environment change, we're getting back to Groudon. 60.53% of the maps were that red legendary beast.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all, honestly. Really nothing to add on that. I feel like every week we talk about the same thing. It's the ranked map right now. Teams are probably going to be prioritizing it for the most part.
Yeah, we actually did see a couple bits of Rayquaza at I think was it the first 2 or 3 matches of the week last week on broadcast that we saw all Rayquaza. So I wonder if those were the only Rayquaza maps or if we saw maybe a couple more here and there. I think maybe like 1 or 2 we did see, but I'm excited to see if we will see any more Rayquaza. I still think that map is the least fun of all of them, mostly because it doesn't, there's not as much of that comeback potential. So I do think that teams are still going to continue prioritizing both of the Kyogre and the Groudon. But yeah, I imagine we'll see a lot more Groudon today, similar to last week. But yeah, we do have a matchup that is getting our final ready checks. We are going to see Team Outrage along with DFS Amethyst, 2 teams that have been competing in Underdunk quite a bit over the last few weeks.
Yeah, definitely some familiar faces on those teams. A lot of, as I'm looking at this couple sets that we have tonight, there's a lot of different teams that have a lot of familiar faces in there. But let's get into it. Our draft starting here for game number 1 of the night.
And it is game 1. Umbreon, one of the top picks from last week, going to get banned first over by Team Outrage. I also expect that we'll see some of those Pokemon that were kind of in that high representation rate. Psyduck was definitely getting hovered there. I think this Charizard Y, obviously very wise to ban. But I think after ACL, I think teams are starting to be a little bit more wise about this Machamp play.
Yeah, the Machamp, it was really good in ACL, the submission Machamp. And like, it's been like a meme for so long that we've been like, how broken is Machamp? Because it was like bad for such a long time, but it's definitely not anymore. It's really valuable. It's putting out a good amount of damage, but the main reason that it's being used is for that utility, kind of like that supporter style, like disruptor. That has been more and more popular in this meta, but it is going to be banned out here, which leaves our favorite attacker, these Zapdos, being picked up. It haunted us on Remote Stadium. It's back to haunt us here.
I'm shaking in my boots thinking about the defenseless goal zones from years past. But we are going to see the Zacian Snorlax, a very strong top lane presence with that Zacian Snorlax, kind of that safe defender. Nothing too flashy about it, but it does everything that you want your defenders to do pretty well.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, Snorlax is still just so consistently one of the best defenders. And then on the other side, we've got the Garchomp coming out, so an all-rounder that's pretty consistent, but we don't see a ton of it. It really kind of depends on the composition, but when in the right hands and getting the right amount of experience, it can be extremely strong. And then we also have that Suicune that's kind of coming back after a recent buff. It, terrorized us for a really long time, and I think that I guess, whoever looks at this game once every 3 months or so was like, oh, I want Suicune to be broken again. So now we're seeing it come back.
Suicune back is definitely not ideal for the mid-range damage dealers. A lot of the all-rounders it does pretty well into. And when we're starting to see some of these all-rounders start to creep back into the meta, any of those mid-range attackers, I think it does really well. It does pretty decent into some of the speedsters too, but we're seeing two of those all-rounders. We got the Sirledge along with the Zacian. I think this is going to work really well. I'm also looking at this Miraidon from DFS. I actually really like that pick into this composition.
Yeah, Miraidon looks pretty good. I think it's going to get dove pretty easy by something like Meowth, but you do have a Sableye on your side as well as Snorlax, which I can only imagine will be blocked, but either way, just a lot of disruption there on top of the Meowth, which is running a full heal, does steal items, but there's only so much that it can do to get around that much CC. So I think that there's definite, like, Meowth looks, pretty decent here, but it also could get shut down depending on how this early game goes. Interestingly enough, Kyle, no Surfetched, and this was 100% encountered in the last week, and already game number 1, I guess teams are off of it.
Yeah, it's the flavor of last week, so we'll have a completely different flavor. One flavor
so it's
that we're
Machamp
gonna
week.
see. Yeah, this is Machamp week. One flavor that I do want to talk about, though, I think I saw leftovers on this Snorlax, which I actually really love on that Pokemon, especially if you get pretty low HP and you want to stay on your enemy's side of the map. You can do a lot of things. You can look for some back caps. You can look for just to kind of be that disruptive presence on the opposite side.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I also saw it on the Sableye. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it is on the Oh no, they did take the leftovers off the Snorlax and they put it on, but it is on the Sableye. So there is one leftovers in this game.
Okay. All right. Well, same point stands, but for Sableye. But let's get into it. This is going to be game 1 of our Swiss round 1. Team Outrage on your purple side. DFS Amethyst going to be on your orange side. We are looking at a potential invade here with this Suicune.
Suicune might also just be trying to disrupt and see if they can catch this Sableye somewhere. And it looks like they did catch it and wasn't able to get into the central area in time to grab that. And Meowth is going to easily be able to take that blue buff as well. But the Sableye has done enough to drag this Suicune out of the top path, which leaves this goal zone only to be defended by a little eeny-beeny baby Gibble.
Yeah, poor little Gibble. We'll see if they're going to be able to get anything done. The Sableye's doing a pretty good job of wasting some time. They don't get really any value. They didn't get any of that wild experience, but they did waste a little bit of Meowth's time and keep it at that level 4. But now with level 5 and both of those buffs, it has come towards this top path, and the Sableye has not stopped being a disruptor for Team Outrage.
I mean, clearly the Gibble didn't do too bad. It was holding like 11 points, so it got a couple of secures. It wasn't harassed too badly here, but it's definitely going to be a little bit behind. Meowth does have that level 5, so we are going to see here what moveset it is going. But 3v, I think that is the Fury Swipes Meowth. if I'm seeing it correctly. But in the bottom path, DFS Amethyst all over these two defenders down here. Poor Zapdos can't get anything done. Crustle also still a Dwebble back in the Pokemon Center.
Look at all these stacks, too. A lot of wild Eos energy just laying there for the Cerulege to just full stack up that attack weight. Be pretty valuable as we go into the later portions of this game. You definitely love that. And this Sableye also loving the value that they're providing. Just being that disruptor, staying in the enemy central area. They're just about to get something right there, and they do. They steal that blue buff away from Meowth.
Yeah, they get one, and I think they're pretty happy with that. They're probably going to continue just harass, see if they can get vision on everybody. That's really the benefit of a Sableye. You're kind of, it's like Comfey in a way where you are just kind of playing with 4, but there is a value that Sableye provides elsewhere, and that is, you know, anywhere that's getting some vision, disrupting. They're going to jump on this Meowth right here, leaving perfect room for Zacian to be able to get that secure.
Perfect play from Zacian. Also pretty low HP, so they're going to peel back towards that T1 goal zone, grab a Citrus Berry. The Suicune also staying pretty far forward, continuously grabbing some vision. These 720 birds are about to hit the map. Good heavy slam there from Snorlax. Follow up from the Cerulege, but Suicune able to get out of that situation. Going to lay down a Whirlpool into their combo, but Cerulege able to pick up a lot of that experience. Good little stun there from the Sableye. That's going to keep Team Outrage from pushing.
We do have the Zapdos now at level 7, so it's got both of its moves. I don't know if you saw earlier.
Yes.
I don't know if you posted the video that you can like make Zapdos have its 2 early moves, and like it actually does have 4 move sets that you could potentially pick from, because you could choose to keep its moves, which was interesting. I was wondering if we were going to see any of that, but I think it's just very clear that the moves that get upgrades are going to be the better call. But it is definitely funny as Team Outrage gets the Alecki.
They get the Alecki. Good block from Snorlax. Going to push it back in towards this central lane, but Regieleki still relentless. Walks into the T1 goal zone. Meowth deposits 29, leaving this at 31. And Team Outrage not really caring to break that just yet. They want to continuously deprive Amethyst from experience.
Yeah, it was a good play by Meowth, too. I believe they did get that secure, and now they're kind of leaving this goal with an opportunity for Meowth to get at least one more stack here before they go and break this, and I don't think they're going to. No, they are going to be leaving that at 6 points, setting them up for a pretty big overcap later, but it looks like Garchomp definitely wants some more. They look for something with a Dragon Claw, but it's not going to happen. Cerulege with a perfect Revenant Rend, and now DFS Amethyst is the one pushing.
Perfect there. Also, great stop from Miraidon as they hit that enhanced charge being, stopping some scores, allowing that setup to happen. Now, DFS Amethyst going to go ahead, break this with a pretty significant 24-point overcap. One of the better overcaps here at this stage of the game.
Yeah, they are up now, 134 to 74. Team Outrage, I think, definitely wanted to give an opportunity for a bigger overcap down there, but there just wasn't enough time to make that happen before everybody responded. So now up 1 goal zone here, but Team Outrage definitely hanging on. If we take a look at the levels, Cerulege has pulled out ahead, but other than that, Team Outrage is doing pretty well. They need a couple more Unite moves to be able to completely be on par with the other team, but we do have a second set of objectives getting ready to hit the map here in about 20 seconds.
See which team wants to set up which side, and it looks like Amethyst is going to set up or for this top part. Garchomp Dragon combo doesn't quite grab the Pokemon that they were looking for, and Amethyst is going to retreat back towards that T1 goal zone. Miraidon looking to poke and prod with that charge beam. Garchomp has them in its sight. Great eject button to avoid that combo.
Yeah, that was really solid there from them. And we do have a Garchomp Unite move available. We did see Sableye actually use theirs, and it didn't hit anybody. So that's definitely one tool down here for DFS Amethyst. It looks like both squads are going to be up here at this Regice. Garchomp has fantastic rip, but there's a lot of opportunities for DFS to secure.
Looking for this Miraidon steal, unable to get it. Crustle able to secure that. They also are going to hit that Rubble Rouser, look for some KOs. Zacian, the first one to fall. 40 points looking to go on in from Crustle. Garchomp hitting that A button, taking out that Miraidon back to the Pokemon Center. Cerulege is here, going to go underground with that Phantom Force. Good heavy slam into the Power Nap from Snorlax. Cerulege going to try to put on the stop. Garchomp, again, going to hold that A. Suicune, though, able to take down that Sableye. Good block there from Snorlax. Garchomp getting away to safety. Meowth trying to retreat. Zacian in hot pursuit, but they are going to get back to the T1 goal zone, and Crustle going to just set the stage, set some blocks with those rocks.
We saw Zacian also go for a Unite move there, and it didn't charge up fully. I think they went down and they didn't have the Eos energy to really charge it up. I think that could have got everybody if they did have the full charge on it, but they weren't able to get anyone. And we do see, wow, Unite move there from Meowth doesn't get the Sableye because they hit a berry just in time. That's a frustrating one. Now they don't even know how low that Sableye actually is. Both teams now just kind of floating around. Regieleki is secured by Zapdos in the bottom path. Zacian did go down there to try to rip it, but good response from Team Outrage.
Be a pretty decent cap here for Outrage, and now Amethyst is going to try to counter that on the top side. Enhanced Charge Beam from Miraidon's going to send Suicune scattering. 12 points, going to be immediately denied. Good stop there from Garchomp and Suicune tag teaming to make sure that doesn't go in. A little bit of a push here for Outrage as they look to take this T1 goal zone, but Snorlax hiding in the tall grass looking for a way. Good heavy slam there into a block, and that's going to stop Outrage from pushing.
I am surprised on that goal zone. We didn't see a quick Revenant Run here from the Ceruledge, but I guess they know that they probably won't have the time to get it back. It was around 3 minutes at the time, now 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and both teams floating around this top path. Neither goal zone has gone down up there, and it's a very, very close game. Both bottom goal zones have broken, but neither in the top. And the final objective, before the final objective hits the map, has spawned up here. It is going to be a Registeel. Garchomp looking for it.
They're certainly looking for it. It should be free 99 for Team Outrage. It's going to be a valuable item here as we go into this first Kyogre of the match. Amethyst's going to have to play from a little bit more of a conservative approach. However, they're going to go full rip here immediately onto the Kyogre. Meteor's falling down. Who's going to get the secure? It's going to be Ceruledge. Amethyst put their foot on the gas and just did not stop. 3 members down for Team Outrage as they're deleted from Theosky.
Wow, what a play from DFS Amethyst. I think that was honestly the perfect time to rip, too. You see Meowth now getting taken down. There's 4 down. Only the Suicune up here in this top path. Game all but over, honestly, with that play. They've got plenty of time and plenty of points as well. And when you have the whole team, like Team Outrage up there ripping that objective, you know that you are giving up the positioning here. DFS Amethyst capitalized on that, made sure that that Sableye was on top of the Zapdos, the one thing that's on their team with range. They made sure that the Snorlax was up there. Nobody could get into the pit, and they just ripped it down before anybody could respond. It really is just the textbook rip and flip.
I want to point out a really fun interaction that DFS Amethyst tried to avoid, but the Thunder kind of griefed the Miraidon. They wanted to allow that Miraidon to score in that T1 goal zone, but the Thunder procced the passive, and that essentially deleted a lot of that Eos energy from Miraidon, so they had to go back and score once again on that T1. One final stand here, though. DFS Amethyst going to yield this T1 goal zone, make Team Outrage push this T2. We'll see if they have enough points. They'll need a double score and then some, down by 200 points. We have some ice coming from the Suicune. That's not going to be enough. Zacian, the only one to fall, but the Miraidon actually does a great job hitting their Unite move, and that's going to put pretty much an end here to Team Outrage's Game 1.
Yeah, there was a bit of a chance they needed to win really quickly and not only score on this goal zone, but also score on an opposite goal zone or the home goal zone to be able to actually win that game. Just very well played end game by DFS Amethyst. I think that's one of those things where, like, if you call that rip there, you know exactly what's going on, then, like, you know, there's not a ton you can do besides try to jump in and secure. It's just one of those things. But I think in this situation, it's not as, like, shitty as the like full rip thing where everybody's in the pit and you're just like, all right, we'll see if we secure. They DFS Amethyst definitely used the positioning to their advantage, knowing where they have vision, knowing where Team Outrage was and where they were coming from, and made the best call for that moment. And look at the stats as well. DFS Amethyst absolutely deserves to win this game number 1. The Ceruledge with 11 KOs.
Yeah, they looked really good. They were hitting those Revenant Rens at the perfect moments, just deleting Team Outrage once it kind of just had everything. And I think, like you said, this Sableye did a really good job of, like, just setting everybody up, making sure that they had vision. Yeah, 38k from a Sableye, actually out-damaging the Zacian.
Yeah,
insane.
the Zacian was there for ripping, and it was
Yep.
mostly off laning. The Sableye was right in the mix. And look at those leftovers, Kyle, healing them up 15,000.
Huge.
The leftovers at work right there. But
Love
I
it.
did really like the combo of the Sableye Snorlax. I think it's pretty classic. We're all familiar with it, but there's a certain way to play Sableye that I haven't really figured out yet, but the players who know how to effectively use a Sableye are really just there to get vision and make sure that nobody gets past them.
Pretty good stuff. Pretty good stuff here in game 1. Yeah, I was like really worried there for a moment for our friends at DFS Amethyst. Obviously losing that Registeel right before Kyogre can be very problematic because that gives a huge buff to the attack and the special attack, but they're like, we have one shot. We don't want to have this fight draw on and on and on, because the longer that a fight lasts when the enemy team has that buff, the less your chances are winning the match. So they found an opening. They went for Kyogre. They got some KOs. Yeah, I mean, perfectly played. I like the call there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know that you have Sableye and Snorlax to provide a lot of CC. I mean, like, even if you do get past them, how much CC can you actually, like, the time that it takes to get through a knockoff, you know, like, and then you've got the Unite moves on both of those Pokemon, plus you have Zacian and Ceruledge in that pit. Like, the Kyogre really doesn't stand a chance at that point. And yeah, there was a bit of a chance to secure for Team Outrage, but it just didn't end up happening. There was a lot of time wasted while that Kyogre was being ripped down. We are going to see Kyogre once again here in game number 2 as we get into our draft. I wonder how teams will switch it up.
Oh, actually, we forgot to change the map, so I believe we are going to have a redraft, or potentially we may go, this will be the draft, but then we'll just go into blind pick, make sure everything is
okay.
Right. So,
did they pick a different one? Hold on.
Yeah, they're supposed to be in Groudon. We did not
they're supposed to be Groudon.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So instead it should be Groudon. So I believe then that would have been DFS that picked to go on the Groudon map instead of the Kyogre map. It makes sense. It's it's the map that we expect to see most often here, and it also is a bit more of a disadvantage to mage Pokemon. But let's see what we're gonna do. Okay, yeah. So it looks like we will just continue on with the draft, but then we'll take a second to blind pick into the Groudon map.
Cool. Yeah, I think that's going to be the play here. We'll see how Outrage wants to go. Yeah, I think, honestly, Outrage didn't really play poorly. I think they did everything right. They just weren't ready at your Kyogre. So I imagine that they're going to line up a pretty similar draft. Obviously, the bans are pretty much staying the same for Outrage. Amethyst, one change there is they're banning the Meowth instead of... what did they ban the last one? They banned Mimikyu. They banned Machamp. I think they banned... I'll have to go back to the VOD, but...
what's in this game again?
Yeah.
Who plays this game? What is this?
Duck? I think they banned the Duck. They banned the Duck.
Psyduck. Yeah, definitely Psyduck. So they wanted Psyduck, clearly, because they pick it up here. They get the Zacian back, that 36k Zacian, or 30k Zacian, or whatever from last time, but it did do the ripping. And they are going to take that Psyduck. I wonder if they will. I was going to say, I wonder if they will pick up the Sableye again. They will. That's double disruptive support. That is a mean composition that they're putting together.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you have Psyduck in general, it's just mean. I feel like this Pokemon is like a carry. It's just so incredibly powerful, no matter the way that you slice it. I do like this Inteleon. I do feel like it might be a little early because you can line up some nice things for Outrage to kind of slow it down. I think Lapras would have actually done pretty decent, but Crustle I think does just as well in this situation. So we'll see if this is going to be a liquidation or a snipe shot. I think you go one of two ways here.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes.
Usually, actually.
That's That's usually how it goes.
Maybe.
For our earlier Pokemon, at
Yeah.
least. But I do also like this this Wiggly pick here. I think it's pretty solid, especially when you know that you're going to go into CC comp. Like Psyduck, you've got Sableye, you've got Darkrai. This is kind of a nightmare for CC and like the damage dealers that are going to be in that front line. I feel like this is heavily countering something like a Surfetched. Honestly, it's and the Ceruledge who really want to be up front. And having a Wigglytuff there to set that up, I think could be a huge advantage for Team Outrage. But also, we've got this Darkrai that's just going to do really well into the Zapdos in the back line. I feel like ultimately, I like Team Outrage's comp, but it definitely feels reactionary as opposed to Amethyst's comp.
Yeah, I also kind of like the Darkrai here because you kind of have two of those Pokemon, right, that can really carry a game, both Surfetched and Ceruledge, and in those big moments, you could just take Darkrai and just kind of isolate one of those Pokemon into that Unite move. So it kind of just takes one of those Pokemon out and allows your team to kind of deal with the remaining one raid boss at that time. So I do like this comp. We are going to, obviously, like we said, we're going to go into a blind pick here. That way we can get into the lobby a little bit faster, but this draft will be valid. Right now we're on Kyogre. It is going to be on the Groudon map. So maybe a little bit of a different end game, right? Because obviously the Groudon map is slightly different. We'll go ahead and make sure we don't show the lobby.
Yeah, I feel like the drafts tend not to change much from map to map. I think Rayquaza is really the only one that might change up actually the Pokemon that we're picking. But I feel like it's not as much the Pokemon being picked as it is how they're being played and the plays that are going to be made. So on something like Groudon, mages aren't going to be as effective if you have area effect moves because there's not as much tall grass to hide in. It's easier to dive on top of them. It's easier to grab CC onto them. And not as many places to hide. I feel like other than that, that's really the main difference. And it's also like, a couple pieces of farm spawn in different locations in different ways or whatever. But I think that's why we see like whatever map is in the current rotation, the teams just tend to gravitate towards because of the patterns that they're used to practicing on.
Yeah, it just makes things a little bit easier, especially like, you probably only set up so many scrims a week, so you only have a little bit of time to practice on, your other maps that are out of rotation. So yeah, I think it makes perfect sense. I think the one thing that I always find interesting is the end game once the team wins the objective, because Kyogre still like favors heavily those defensive and those Pokemon with high HP pools. Like, it's so hard on a Kyogre map if you lose the Kyogre to take down things like Blastoise and that Snorlax that have just those already high HP pools, and then you add on that additional passive healing from those buffs. It's awful. And then I guess the same goes for your Groudon map when you have Pokemon that have that really high damage output. They obviously benefit the most from that scaling.
Yeah, I think like Kyogre, we might see like more like lasting fights. I'm trying to think of like the actual word for it, but like the fight lasts a little bit longer because the team is like healing up instead of just obliterating the other side. And then I feel like Groudon, once you get Groudon, if you're still in a team fight, you basically just lose that team fight. I know that everyone kind of says like, oh, Groudon's the most balanced one. I honestly liked Kyogre better, personally, but I think there's not too much of a difference.
I kind of agree with that too. I think Kyogre was really good. Groudon definitely seems like it's still really strong on the attack. I mean, maybe you tune down the additional attack that you get, maybe a touch. I think it would probably come to a better place of balance and still allow those comeback moments. Still see like a little bit of them, but it's not as frequent as we probably would like. And looks like we just got a raid from Willy Boy. Welcome on in, Raiders.
Hey, what's up? Hello, everybody.
Yo, we love Unite.
Welcome.
Oh,
we
Lobo's
love Unite.
here too. Lobo's here.
Let's go.
Let's go into game number 2. Team Outrage going to be on your purple side. DFS Amethyst going to be on your orange side. And we finally get back into this game. We're going to see this Zapdos head down to the bottom path, and it will be Ceruledge in the center area.
So we will see how Team Outrage wants to play this one, being down one game. We've already got the Sableye into the central area. This time, both defenders in here for Team Outrage, trying to prevent this Sableye from doing too much damage. It's a little easier to invade a Charcadet than it is a Meowth, and they will be able to take that one. At least one piece of experience going over to the Purple Gremlin.
I'm gonna X-speed on away, go invisible, and avoid this Jigglypuff like the plague. Huge stuff here, and then the Zacian, we're gonna attack this Farfetch, and finally gets the KO. Gonna pay for it dearly, gonna gobble up 15 AOS energy, and now gonna dash away. Here comes the central area Pokemon, the Darkrai. Gonna put that Jigglypuff, a little bit of a taste of its own medicine, put that thing to sleep.
Yeah, I think one of the difficult things about sending both defender Pokemon into that central area, especially ones that evolve at level 4, is now this is still a Jigglypuff, and it's going to struggle a little bit more. So it did protect the Ceruledge, but then that Farfetch is not a Surfetch just yet.
Not yet, and now we're going to go down to the bottom path, 3v4. Amethyst going to pay a little bit of attention to this Ceruledge, who's going to dash on away. Darkrai able to just send them back towards their side of the map, and honestly, I really like that play, kind of putting any sort of push to end from Team Outrage.
Yeah, I think DFS Amethyst is doing a great job so far. They're just all over the map, and it really is off the back of the Sableye. And after all this time, we still have no idea how to deal with an invade from the little purple gremlin. It's just going to keep harassing, and we still have a Jigglypuff and just trying to protect the Ceruledge as much as possible. Finally, we have an opportunity to see the Wiggly.
Outrage is just kind of playing on their back heels right now. We do have a Regidrago that has spawned in the central area. Neither team really paying much attention. They are looking for KOs. They're looking to fight. Going underground is going to be this Darkrai. Going to attack this Ceruledge who's asleep in the moment. Wigglytuff able to shield them, but they do yield that KO. Zacian going to see that play. Going to chase the Ceruledge back towards the Speed Flux zone. Going to go for the KO. Surfetch is down. Shield is broken.
Yeah, Zacian already level 8. It's not gonna take too long to get them to that level 9, and this is just a Pokemon that is so great with the ripping and flipping objectives. It can farm so easy, and if it's ahead, then it pretty much stays ahead. The DFS Amethyst is definitely off to the races here in this game number 2. They do not want Team Outrage to catch up.
Not at all. Yeah, Zapdos still hiding out here in the bottom path. Sableye looking for a little bit of an information gathering of those feint attacks, and nice little sleep here onto the Psyduck. That's going to put them to sleep. Well, meanwhile, the Zacian has been ripping through this Registeel. None the wiser was Team Outrage, and Wigglytuff back to the Pokemon Center. Zacian pressing forward, pushing the Surfetch back to the Speed Flux.
I think they were the wiser, but that incredible Psychic from the Psyduck there to pull the Surfetched back meant that there was no chance to try to secure that objective, so easily able to go over to DFS Amethyst. The bottom path, though, Outrage does get the Regieleki, and now Inteleon, only level 8, doesn't have a Unite move yet. They're going to try to defend here, but Outrage definitely wants to walk this in.
Going to try to walk it in, but good defense here from Amethyst. Nice snipe shot there from the back line. Oh, Sableye, is they going to be able to take out that Crustal? Regieleki trying to knock on this front door. Zapdos makes the goal zone defenseless regardless. Snipe shot misses the mark, but it's just this Surfetch that's trying to run away from the Darkrai. But you cannot hide from that nightmare. That is a good team win here for Amethyst, and they're going to get 30 additional points out of it.
Yeah, just a few points walked in there. Regieleki didn't end up going in. Those few points were just from Zapdos' Unite move for a second. And then it didn't end up working out for Team Outrage. They had a couple good Unite moves, but great response from DFS Amethyst. And at this point, you've got level 11 on that Zacian, level 10 on that Darkrai. It's going to be difficult to win team fights.
Unite move from the Wigglytuff, mostly just to stay upright, still at full HP, so I'm not sure how much value that's providing just yet. Zacian, along with the Sableye, going to attack this Wigglytuff Surfetch combination. Nice little poke and prod there from the Leak Duck, but has not been able to provide value. There's that Revenant Ren from the Ceruledge, going to look to take this Inteleon, and they're going to slice through two. They're going to take out that fellow Ghost. Darkrai going to send them into the Nightmare Realm. We'll see if they can find a KO, though.
I don't think that they even realized that the Sableye was in there as well, but they were, and they were able to get that KO too. Able to survive the Nightmare, and Ceruledge walking away from that interaction with a good few KOs and a big amount of catch-up experience for them.
And not bad. Another Registeel earned from DFS Amethyst. I didn't put the other one down, but it doesn't matter. You get a second one for good measure. Team Outrage still quite down here, 31-05. We have another Regieleki down on the bottom pad this time. Amethyst set up and in prime position to take this one off the map.
Yeah, it looks like instead Outrage is up there trying to deal with this Zacian, and they will not be able to get that KO. And as a matter of fact, Zacian takes down the Surfetched up there. So doesn't work out too well for Team Outrage trying to triple team this Zacian. And now the team has arrived for Amethyst to try to defend.
They're going to look to push that T1 goal zone. However, they're going to retreat back to their own side. And Amethyst was able to break that bottom side with a decent cap there. Snipe shot from Inteleon is going to connect onto the Crustle. A second one is going to force that Unite move out. And now Rev is looking to go on in against this Psyduck. Headache gauge pops. We're going to look for another Snipe shot. Wigglytuff Unite move, giving the team a lot of shielding. Another Unite move from the Ceruledge, but holy cow, Amethyst is starting to fall like flies. Outrage now finally gets a push that they've been looking for.
I don't know if you saw, I mean, it's not going to end up happening. And for this Inteleon and Sableye just staying up here, able to take down everybody. But that was a huge fight there for Team Outrage. A lot of comeback experience throughout that fight. I don't know if you saw Surfetched walked around the backside and then was able to push everybody back towards the rest of the team using that Unite move, which is the best way that I've seen this Unite move used, as this utility, less of a chasing tool and more of a let me push you toward everyone else so that we can win the fight kind of tool. But that was a really solid fight for them. Team Outrage didn't get the goal zone that they wanted, but I think they have to be happy with how that turned out.
They got a decent amount of experience, right? You got this level 14 Ceruledge now, and yeah, you definitely love some more levels on this Surfetch, but we'll see how that goes towards the end of it. 2:30 on the clock. Another Reg Ice this time here for DFS Amethyst, and they're going to have a little bit of HP recovering before the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, 2 minutes and 30 seconds, and Groudon getting ready to hit the map. We have another objective here in this bottom path, and Team Outrage might just go ahead and make the same mistake they made last time, keep everybody down there while the rest of the squad of DFS Amethyst is geared up in that central area. This time they've learned Wigglytuff is getting vision to make sure they don't just rip this off the map.
This little poke and prod from the Psyduck there onto the Surfetch, pushing them around a bit. Now Amethyst is going to fight through the bottom side of the map. Outrage unable to really walk in and get positioning. Ceruledge looking for a way in on this Inteleon. I'm going to go underground, avoid the Darkrai. Darkrai, oh, nice little Shed Doll there to avoid the X-Scissor from Crustle.
Yeah, the Shedinja doll. Okay, all right, we see you. And they're doing a lot of damage here to this front line for Team Outrage. Just a lot of poke. Much more poke than we're seeing this Zapdos able to do. Instead of trying to poke the enemy team, they're looking to chip down Groudon. It's at about half right now. The fight kicking off, Kyle.
Yeah, Ceruledge actually going to be down here. Amethyst going to have to line up a Snipe shot. They're in the Unite move now, but it's going to be Psyduck quacking away at the Groudon, and Outrage deleted from the map. Darkrai getting a double KO. Everybody in the Pokemon Center. Amethyst going to walk towards these T2s. That's the GG, and Amethyst is going to win 2-0.
The Psyduck didn't even remember that he secured it. He just happened to walk in and get it done. And DFS Amethyst will 2-0 Team Outrage. That was a very good set. That definitely could have gone either way. I think Zapdos making the decision to just be poking at Groudon was probably not the call. And I think that might have been it. If the Zapdos was poking back when you had Inteleon throwing snipe shots at everybody, you know, making it more difficult for Team Outrage to move in, if we had Zapdos instead also poking, I think we could have seen the fight break out a little bit more cleanly. But either way, you know, we came down to a secure at that point, and it did happen to be Amethyst who got it.
Yeah, I actually made a graphic for Pokemon to watch, and in one of my Pokemon was Psyduck, and one of the notes I put there was, why does it secure? Remembering in UC at ACL, there was a really big Psyduck play. I ended up securing the objective, and I think this is kind of the same thing. Why does it secure? You have this Inteleon that can either use the boosted autos from that Unite move that it was in, or light up a snipe shot, but of all things, it's going to be that support duck that gets it. So beautiful stuff here for Amethyst. Perfect final objective fights in game 1 and 2. Earn them the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, Psychic definitely not a bad secure. It is an option, and I think when you have like the Zacian just throw its Unite move early, just really chip that down. You know, you're kind of setting up your team to know exactly when they would like to throw those moves, see if they can pick up the secure, and then it's not going to be the snipe shot. I don't even know what it was. It could have been the Psy too. I don't even see, but I'm assuming it was Psychic because that makes the most sense to me. But
it could have all. I didn't exactly see exactly. Oh, miss. It also, thinking about it too, since it was Bubble Beam, it technically could have been the Bubble Beam bursting from the Inteleon boosted auto, because Inteleon was boosted autoing it. So could have been it. Unfortunately, we do not have replays. So either way, we are going to go into a quick break while we get our round 2 set up. Hello, Miss. You have both cats with you. This is great.
Yeah, Miss doesn't like when me and Bren are like sitting at our separate desks. So she just kind of goes back and forth between us for a while.
Makes sense.
Oh, and there goes Mr. Big Stretch.
Mr. Big Stretch. That's his official government name, I'm pretty sure.
Mr. Big Stretch. He's just a baby.
Just a baby.
They're ready to watch some more Pokemon Unite, so don't go anywhere.
Yes.
We're going to take a quick break. Kyle, say the thing.
Oh, yeah. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We'll be back or whatever. All right, bye-bye. See you soon. And welcome back in, trainers. We actually have some bonus coverage. There's another match that has gone to a game 3, so we'd like to show that one. Before we get on to our round 2 matchup, you're going to see Final Exam and For Fun. It's going to be 1-1, so we're going to see who's going to be the winner of this set. This honestly is one of the better sets. I think both of these teams are going to be really exciting to watch. So, yeah, thoughts on these two squads? I'm really excited to see a game 3.
Yeah, this is kind of the set that I was like looking at when I was just looking at the bracket that we had for tonight. I feel like these are kind of like the teams to watch of the event. They kind of always are, but a lot of notable players on these teams, and I am happy that we're going to get to see at least a little bit of this set. So they are currently 1-1, and they're playing for everything that winning one Swiss round of Underdunk gets you. But yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. These teams are definitely some really fun teams to watch.
I think it's also kind of cool, like how the Swiss format works in the sense that like every map matters, every game matters. It's not just about advancing. Sometimes at the end of the evening, the difference between being first place and second place can be a single map point. So you obviously want to win your sets, but even more so, you do want to try to 2-0 as many teams as possible because those do matter in the rankings. And if you want to be the team that's playing against IX at the end of our 4 rounds of Swiss, you're going to have to win it. Yeah. But neither of these teams was able to 2-0. So we are going to go to that game 3. Final Exam. Notable players that we talked about, that these teams have notable players. Final Exam, Elo, Poppy, Volk. On the opposite side for fun, I think we got Maul along with Dispenza. So we have some pretty good teams, like you said.
Yeah, these are some fun teams, and they bring out a lot of interesting and fun picks too. So I'm excited to see what they're gonna bring out in game number 3. I also wish that we got a little bit of like insight into what their drafts were before, because I feel like these are the kind of teams that'll play a little bit differently if they get the opportunity to. So, you know, they might bring out a couple more fun and interesting picks just because they can, and because they're, you know, really strong players that use different types of strategies, which is always fun to see.
And we also have GX2 on For Fun, so who joined us for casting last week at the end of Underdunk. So I'm excited to see this. I'm excited to see this team composition. I'm excited to see what we're going to bring out. We do have a little bit of the map and the side selection information. So we are going to see For Fun on the first pick side. And Final Exam has chosen that they want that Groudon map. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Final Exam won game 2 and For Fun won game 1. So our final choice was For Fun, had that side selection. And then the map selection went to Final Exam. So we are going to see a Groudon. We saw it in that last set. So we are going to see it in game 3 here. No Rayquazas just yet. Still, I'm okay. I'm okay with that. I don't want Rayquaza.
Yeah, I don't know. Like it's cool that we had the map rotation thing. You know, that was kind of one of the things that I pointed out at the very start of the season is like, you know, Unite does a lot of things wrong. We're all like really upset generally with Unite as a whole. But I think that one of the really cool things is this map rotation. I also just wish that they tweaked Rayquaza a little bit to make it, you know, a more inline option with the other ones, or, you know, maybe they made it so that ranked is on a very consistent rotation and it's not just like randomly like, never mind, we're back at Groudon. Like, I wish that they made it, you know, there was kind of incentive to pick any of these maps. It's a step in the right direction, but as with Pokemon Unite, every step in the right direction is met by a brick wall to your face and a gunshot to the head.
Oh,
so
only slightly dramatic.
Actually, no, that's exactly what happens. They've showed up at my house with a gun. So, yeah.
Actually, it looks
we
like
can say whatever the hell.
We have, it's actually a little bit different. So I believe teams have, we have a little bit of a different order here. So actually the first pick is going to be on For Fun, but they are on the orange side. So just a little bit of a difference here. Final Exam is going to be on your purple side, but they will be on your second pick. Just teams have elected to just use the lobby change instead of having the first pick on the purple side. So it's still fine. Everything's good, but just making sure everybody's aware.
It's not fun.
And nothing's fine.
Everybody lose it. Okay, so let's take a look at these bans. Banning out the Lucario here. That's really the only interesting ban, I would say, and it's possible that it's because they want something specific, and it is going to be that Blastoise. A pick that fell off a little bit, but not enough, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's still pretty dang good. A lot of good tools within its kit, and depending on the composition, you could go both movesets. I imagine we still will see that Surfstoise that a lot of teams have been prioritizing. Final Exam, though, they're going to go lock in 2 all-rounders, that Machamp that we've been talking about, as well as a Suicune that received that buff.
Yeah, Suicune, Machamp, definitely what you would expect to see. Surfetch'd is still on the board, but from what we've seen so far, teams like it, but aren't necessarily prioritizing it. Instead, it looks like we're going to lock in our supporter here for fun, the Eldegoss, and we're bringing out Mega Lucario, a pick that has been nerfed a couple times, but is still performing very well in team fights.
Lucario, yeah, still really, really incredibly powerful. Look at this, though. We might get this Metagross locked in from Final Exam. And actually, I really like this pick. I recall seeing Seymour utilize this Pokemon a few tournaments ago. And it was kind of a raid boss, especially as we got towards the later stages of the match. And if you don't have something to kind of slow it down, you could be in for a rough, I guess, Groudon fight here. And look at this last pick here. Venusaur, another one of those Pokemon that were buffed in the recent patch.
Yeah, I mean, I'd honestly be pretty concerned seeing this Venusaur if it was going to be a Petal Dance. I think that that's probably one of the worst things you could pick into a Metagross, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. It looks like what it's set up for is Solar Beam, which is honestly surprising because we don't see it a ton, but we are likely going to be seeing Solar Beam here, which is really the only range that we have going on in this entire game. So kind of using that as that opportunity to deal some backline damage and just hope that the Gengar doesn't find you.
You definitely do not want to be facing that Gengar 1v1. It oftentimes will win those matchups. Venusaur definitely going to be on high alert for that Pokemon. But you do have some good frontline, right? You have that Eldegoss to kind of shield you up. You have that Blastoise to peel for you. And you also have plenty of damage with that Mimi and Mega Luca.
Yeah, I mean, that is definitely a really solid front line. I also want to talk about this Mr. Mime because that seems like a kind of random one, but I have seen more and more teams picking this Pokemon up, to my dismay and to Bina's excitement, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
But yeah, the Mime just kind of adds an extra layer of annoyance to what everyone is going to end up trying to do with this front line.
Let's get into game number 3 here for fun and final exam. Final exam on your purple side. For fun on your orange side. It's going to be that Ghastly in the central area as well as the Mimikyu for fun.
And the Kanto starters in this bottom path, the only two that I acknowledge, are down there just doing what they got to do. But it's what I'm really looking to see here is this Beldum trying to deal with a Lucario. Lucario definitely still one of the best top path Pokemon that you could have. So having a Beldum go up against it, even if it does have a little bit of a secure with its boosted attack, is a tall task to ask of this little, I don't even know what this is. Camera? What even is it?
It's like a little computer guy. Yeah, he's like a little robot.
A little computer guy.
Just a little computer guy. And then he wants to get to a 4-legged big computer guy. We'll see exactly how that goes for them. So far, actually, not too bad. You got a decent amount of wild Pokemon experience. You're going to have both central area Pokemon head towards this top path. So we have a 3v3 setting up for these 850 birds for fun. Kind of lagging a little bit behind this Haunter, looking for an engage to maybe ambush one of these Pokemon. Eldegoss does spot them out. Nice little push there from Megaluca, but they are going to be the first KO to fall.
Yeah, Gengar, Dream Eater, Shadow Ball as well. So that more single target moveset, not going to be looking to rip it down, just going to be looking to combo off. And so far it's working. They're pushing back. This Mimikyu Play Rough will hit them, but they don't seem to care. They will be able to get a point or two in, but the Lucario is back and trying to deal some damage.
And Elo Poppy just narrowly able to escape a lot of that damage from for fun. Honestly, a pretty decent defensive stand there. You definitely need this level 5 from this Lucario. Gengar in a little bit of trouble. This Squirtle on fire, but able to mostly get to safety until the Mr. Mime shuts that down very quickly.
Yeah, the confusion will hit them. Able to take down the Wartortle. Back to the Pokemon Center they will go. Champ in this bottom path as well does have the submission. This is a Pokemon that we haven't gotten to see yet today. And we're going to, I guess, see why this is Machamp week, where it's being banned out a ton or it's being picked. You know, how good is Machamp? I know we've been saying that it's super broken, but how broken is it really? I guess we'll find out.
Maul gonna go in on this Suicune, not able to get the KO there. Good peel from Elo Poppy on this Haunter. Here comes this Wartortle, gonna push out away this Haunter as well as the Suicune. Everybody from for fun entering this fight, but the Wartortle and the Suicune down on the other side. Regidrago up for the taking. Here comes this Metagross, gonna try to 1v3 with the rest of final exam lagging a little bit behind, but here they go. They're gonna push in. Submission from Machamp on the Eldegoss. They're gonna get eliminated from this Haunter. Mega Lucario tries to run, but you cannot hide. Machamp will follow.
Okay, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the submission into Gengar, that's a little bit rough. We do have Blastoise on the other side trying to chase them down. They did find the Mr. Mime here, who's just going to be as annoying as possible with the barriers. And how is it healing so much as well? Mimikyu does have a Shadow Tag on them. They will hit it, but from what we can see, the Mime hasn't gone down yet.
Yeah, Mime had the bell on, so it was probably healing from that. And now they're going to look for this Mega Lucario, going to go on in and not get the KO. Cesaro unable to grab that one. Solar Beam's going to connect. Gengar goes underground, mostly to escape this 4-person defensive stand here for fun. Right now at the 6-minute mark, 99-0. There's still a Reggie hiding in the top side.
I'm still just annoyed that this Mr. Mime made it out of that situation and just healed back up at the Pokemon Center. Came back down into the bottom path to deal with this Venusaur. So we haven't really seen the Venusaur do a ton yet, but it is level 8, so it's about to get its Unite move. And that is a really good team fight Unite move. Kind of kicks off a team fight. And if we're not seeing the Gengar jump in on top of them, they definitely have a little bit more freedom to be poking. But in the top path, Metagross ripping down this Regieleki.
see more stuff. Gonna see the Regieleki, see the KO onto the Mega Luca. Now gonna peel back towards this Regieleki, and it's actually gonna be Final Exam breaking the T1 before getting that for fun. Gonna counter on the bottom side, 34 as well as a 40 points, and they are gonna actually leave this goal zone up. Gonna go for this T2 defensive stand because Regieleki trying to march on in. Shadow Ball combo doesn't hit, but the Regieleki does. Metagross goes on in. Big Gyro Ball combination. T2 down. The champ going absolute sicko mode. Venusaur Unite move, but Gengar Phantom ambush into the back line. They're going to have to run away. Combination on the Mimikyu avoids a little bit with that passive. Gengar, Elo Poppy going to have to avoid the Shadow Tag that Mimikyu does finally take, but they're going to get met by a huge beam. The only KO found is going to be the Mr. Mime so far.
Ooh.
Gengar next to follow.
Oh, finally they do take down this Gengar. A lot of great micro plays in that fight, just trying to set up the Venusaur to hit a big beam, because if you can, it's pretty easy to finish off the rest of the squad. Metagross now trying to walk away. Big surf from the Blastoise to push both the Metagross and the Machamp backwards. It doesn't look like Final Exam wants to engage in a fight just yet. We do have the objective down here in this bottom path. The Regirock has hit the map.
Still not quite getting chipped yet. Beam's going to connect. Here comes Blastoise with the Unite move into the eject reposition. Eldegoss Cotton Cloud crash to heal up the Blastoise that's been damaged. Final Exam has to retreat back to that T1 goal zone, but now looking to push on in. Metagross playing very far forward into the Flux Zone. Final Exam has zoned them out, and they're going for this Regirock for fun. Unable to enter. Here comes Blastoise. Surfs in, not surfs up. Regirock goes to Final Exam.
It was honestly a really good play there from Final Exam, just pushing everybody back, sending the Metagross in and then trying to push with the Blastoise. Big Verdant Anger here from the Venusaur, but doesn't really hit much of anything. Metagross does throw down the Compute and Crash. That's a lot of Pokemon on top of them, though. Are they going to be able to get out here? A lot of CC coming down, and no, Eldegoss will, of course, pick up that KO. Gengar will go down before they can take their Dream Eater to that Venusaur. So for fun, winning this fight ultimately here. But now the Machamp! Big Barrage Blow will hit 4, but the Cotton Guard from Eldegoss makes it so that it doesn't really matter.
How good is this Eldegoss right now? 231.16 as we eclipse the 3-minute mark. For fun, focusing on levels right now, capturing all the wild Pokemon that they can before this next fight towards the top side. It is a Regieleki. They do want to go for this. They do not want this walking home closer to our Groudon. So they are going to go for this Regieleki. They're going to position ahead. Final Exam starting to get in here. Here comes a Phantom Ambush from Elo Poppy looking for the back line. Going to combination onto the Eldegoss, eliminate them. Ooh. Final Exam going for it. But the Venusaur's beam is a little bit early for fun, unable to accomplish the Regieleki defense. And now this is going to be potentially walking towards this home goal.
Yeah, that's a tough fight to lose right before the Groudon hits the map. I mean, you still got 30 seconds left. Everybody's going to be back, but that's a lot of momentum shifted. And now Final Exam easily can come down into this bottom path, score that 50, looking for another 40, not going to be able to get it. Oh, if they overstay here, that could be really good for fun. Actually, Blastoise going to try to kick off this fight here. They throw the Hydro Typhoon early. I don't know if that's the play, Kyle.
Yeah, it might be a little bit early, but Final Exam has recomposed and regathered themselves to position around this Groudon. A little bit low on the point total, 116,290 for fun, looking for a way in. You have no Blastoise Unite move reminder.
Yeah, that's a really tough Unite move to lose. I don't know how much it matters, even if they got that goal zone, because it was before Groudon hit the map, so it wouldn't have been double points. I really don't think that's worth it, but I guess we'll see if For Fun can really bring it back here. 290 to 116. They're behind. Gengar is going to get that 30 points in, and they will use the Phantom Ambush immediately, and now suddenly For Fun is obliterated. The Venusaur goes down quickly.
Cloud crash here from Eldegoss trying to heal the rest of For Fun, but it's not working. 3-4 members down, just Mimikyu staying. Maul gonna go back to the Pokemon Center, and Final Exam gets everything that they wanted and more. Groudon next on the menu. It's just a matter of time. Venusaur just now spawning in. That's gonna be plenty of time for Final Exam to pass all of their final exams.
Yeah, I mean, they really threw past all their final. What final exams are they taking?
I don't know. It's like it's like finals time, right? It's March.
No,
it's April. Wait. It is
At the end
it's
of
finals time. When
No,
does your
it's not.
semester end?
There's like
have a
another
month?
full month left.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
It's like I don't know. When's a yours, Kyle?
I don't have one.
Kyle's like, I'm 35.
I'm 35. I'm too old for this. What do you mean? I'm done. We're not doing this anymore.
No, it's like there's another full. Anyway, that threw me off. But I feel like For Fun was really set into disarray. Not only from the Blastoise using the Hydro Typhoon preemptively, but they didn't really know how to respond to the Gengar backcapping. And they just did a great job. The Gengar, the Elo Poppy's Gengar, fantastic job of scoring, immediately diving underground so that For Fun had to scramble. And as soon as they were scrambling, Final Exam just really capitalized on it.
They really did. They would you say that they passed?
I would say so. I would say they passed.
Did they get an ace? A plus?
They aced
Would you say that?
They aced the exam. I would say that. I would say that they did.
Nice. 520, 218, gonna be your final here. Yeah, 10 KOs, 9 assists for Elo Poppy. Yeah, For Fun, definitely played very well, but like you said, I mean, just kind of fell apart there at the end. And I actually, like you said, I loved that Gengar play. They were actually able to just score. I believe they avoided some of the damage from the Mimikyu. So just kind of unfortunate the way the cookie crumbled for Fun.
Yeah, the cookie crumbled indeed. The cookie crumbled all over the place. But it was a great set there for we didn't get to see the first 2 games, but the fact that it went to 3 games means it was a good set. So Final Exam able to take it home in this round 1 of Swiss. We've still got more Pokemon Unite though. It's not over yet. That was still just round 1. We just had to finish up the last we had to just finish up the last set before we moved on here.
No, let's go ahead to break while we get our next matches set up. So don't go too far, folks. We'll be back with more Underdunk 76 after this. And one. And a very quick break, trainers. We are back.
We said it would be quick.
We did say that. I think before we went to break, we did say, don't go too far. So if you went too far, what's too bad?
So if you went too far, that's on you. Like, at this point, we've been telling you.
Disclaimer.
Grab a drink, grab a snack. Doesn't take that long. You know the drill. Snappy.
Yeah, we're quick. So we have round 2 set up. We are going to see No Sweat along with Oh My CC. This should be a pretty good matchup as well. I don't know if it's going to go all 3 games, but if we're going to have a good match, I want to see 3-game sets. But I know that you want to go to bed, so
I always want to go to bed. It doesn't really. I always want to go to bed. I always want to go to bed, but I also always would like to see 3-game sets. So, you know, it kind of depends.
Let's see as we get into our draft. Oh My CC going to be in your purple, No Sweat on your orange. We already get this Blastoise band, the Duck band, the Charwai band. Yeah, all the usual suspects so far. A lot of what we kind of expected going into this week's matchups.
Yeah, I mean, the things that are ridiculously good are getting banned. Who's shocked? I'm not shocked. Banning out Meowth here is pretty interesting. I'm not sure if there's somebody over on Oh My CC that plays a good Meowth or something. It's a decent Pokemon. I think we've seen a good amount of it, but it is a little bit surprising to see it get banned.
Yeah, it's kind of just like annoying. It's like one of those Pokemon, like if you have a good one, the person's going to be pretty good on it. Look at this, though. We do have a no ban here from Oh My CC. Not sure if it was strategic or we had a disconnection. We'll have to find out. But we are going to go ahead and lock in this first pick Machamp.
No, I mean, they were pretty quick to pick up the Machamp, so it might just be a no ban. They wanted to make sure that they got the Machamp pick or the Sirfetch'd pick, and, you know, they ended up giving them over that Machamp, so they're going to pick that first. And then that does mean, though, Blissey Umbreon over to No Sweat. That is a very solid 1-2 for them.
Yeah, I always love that support defender core. And obviously you can kind of pivot your Umbreon as you see fit based on how Oh My CC lines up the team. Obviously, they'll need to make sure to change their move selection before we get into the lobby. But this Crustle, though, could be something problematic. I mean, maybe for Oh My CC, because Umbreon in the right moment can steal all of those shields. We'll just have to see how it goes.
Yeah, it definitely can. And that's kind of been used as that's kind of was like used as the counter to Crustle, and that's why Crustle wasn't good for so long, but there's definitely some counterplay to it. Look at this over here, Cramorant coming out. The Cram is going to make its way into this game. It got buffed, but you know, we haven't really seen it shine as much as I think that we could have, but maybe we'll see it shine here.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Cramorant. We did see it a little bit at ACL, so I always love getting to see this Pokemon come back into the fray. We'll see if it, you know, provides a lot of value. I think it does a really good job around those big team fights to help zone away enemies. But, I mean, you have a lot of Pokemon that can just get immediately onto that literal sitting duck. I mean, you get that Leafeon into the backline, Unite it, and maybe that Unite move is all null and void there for No Sweat in those moments.
Yeah, and this Greninja coming out here as well. The Greninja, the pick that was kind of surprising, that made us question our sanity last week with the numbers that it was putting up, and it's coming back here. So going for like this double attacker comp. What it seems like is Greninja will be playing more in that speedster role. And doing a lot of diving, trying to make sure that the Latios doesn't do too much damage on the other side. And then rounding it out for Oh My CC, we've got 2 Eevees.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 2 Eevees. Yeah, we have 3 full Eevees on the map, so we'll see how much value those level 8 Unite moves can provide. I'm very interested on which moveset we are going on this Latios. Right now, I saw it with the Shell Bell. That leads me to believe that it might be Dragon Pulse, but I mean, I still kind of love a nice, you know, Draco Meteor. I think that moveset's just so much fun to play. It's just everything comes falling down at the same time.
Yeah, Latios has 2 good movesets. It's a pick that we're seeing sometimes. I feel like when teams want to play an attacker, Latios is not going to be a bad choice. I think that it's really bad into Greninja Blaziken, honestly.
Yeah.
So I like those picks from No Sweat. But it really, it depends on how much this Leafeon does at the start, honestly.
Let's get into game number 1 of our Swiss round 2. I'll have to update that part of the overlay. I always forget like one part to update. Fire production. Fire our producer.
Yeah, again. Fire him again.
Every week, somehow I come back here. I haven't been fired yet, so I guess I am immune in Underdunk.
Yeah, for sure. One day you'll get fired from Underdunk, but we'll see.
Not today.
We do have the Leafeon doing the classic early clear and then heading up into that top path at level 4. If this Leafeon can get ahead, then that could be really solid for OMICC to really set up this Latios for the late game.
And they're actually going to go peel back either into the central area or pivot down to the bottom path. They didn't really quite get exactly what they were wanting. Now you have this Frogadier heading up towards the top path. Not a great level 5, but it's a level 5 nevertheless. You have Chels on this Leafeon now heading towards this bottom path. We actually are going to have 4 members in the top path here for No Sweat.
Yeah, they're sending the Cramorant up there too. I don't think they realize that the Leafeon's down there. So they're trying to counter the potential of this Leafeon to go up into this top path. But instead, they've sent 4 up there, pinging the Gather here. They want everybody to roll up into that top path. Cramorant throwing out some Hurricanes and getting some scores in. Nobody goes down, though, for OMICC just yet. Machop is holding their own here against 4.
Oh, and they eject for the Frogadier. They get both buffs, but at what cost? Cramorant going to pay a little bit of exception there. Nice little submission is going to get this Machoke away to safety. That is absolute criminal behavior from OMICC.
Yeah, that's a don't try this at home play because that would never work if it's you. I promise. Yeah. You right now watching this, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Kyle, just go back to your base.
Yeah, I'm going. 64-43, Regidrago enters the fray. Leafeon, the only Pokemon there. Finally get an Umbreon online for No Sweat. Hurricane misses the mark on to the Crustle, but we are going to see Meteors from this Latios. Another Hurricane this time connects on the Crustle. However, they get to safety. More Draco Meteors falling down on the Cramorant as CC tries to stack up that Aeon power.
Oh, the Meteors. That's going to be a fun one for sure. And one of the things about Mean Look here is that Mean Look is going to be great for against this Leafeon and Machamp. But if you Mean Look the Latios, it has Meteors, so it's not really trying to go anywhere anyway. So right now, this Umbreon in the bottom path, not nearly as effective as it will be towards that later game.
And they're going to try to go for this Altaria family. 4 members of No Sweat here against the 2 of OMICC. Hurricane misses the mark. Both members of OMICC able to avoid that damage. Telekinesis going to make them kiss. And they do get away to safety. Umbreon with that... I know. It's kind of what they do. They were kissing. They got pulled closer together.
They were kissing in the middle of the Sky Ruins. Mom, come pick me up. They're kissing.
Unite move from the Leafeon does not get the KO. Just immediately, eventually they do get the Umbreon along with the consolation prize, or I guess the additional prize of the Regieleki. It's going to try to walk into this T1 goal zone, but points don't go falling in just yet. 9 points. That's a minimal overcap. Might have been a grief.
Yeah, OMICC definitely in control of this game, not in control of the math. We do have this Latios now. Looking for secure here will be the Greninja that picks it up. And Vaporeon is a Pokemon that we haven't talked a ton about. Yeah. It's very, very good, but I feel like everyone's just kind of realized that Hydro Pump is probably the call. It's got a lower cooldown. It does get canceled pretty easily, but I think in terms of setting up the team, Hydro Pump has been really solid in making sure that nobody can get near the back line for OMICC.
G Steel captured here. That's going to be attack buff for them for the next 90 seconds as Dark Raptor just hiding in this tall grass looking for vision for No Sweat to make sure that they don't go into a disadvantageous position. We have a helping hand come out from the Blissey, try to push this forward. Oh, great Mean Look into the Hurricane, and now we have the Greninja Unite move. Machamp able to grab a couple berries to stay upright. There's that Barrage Blow, reposition. Blaziken gonna get caught here. Cramorant's gonna go into their Unite move, try to dish out some damage. Vaporeon dangerously low. but the Aqua Tail or Aqua Ring, enough healing there. Umbreon gonna have to steal some shields away from a couple Pokemon. They do get to safety, but Blissey goes down to the meteors.
These meteors, the cooldown is negligible, and the amount of damage that it's already doing. Look how many meteors. We're only halfway through the game. This Latios is stacked up already. The other thing is, if Cramorant's in a Unite move, Latios just puts down a meteor and it's dead. Like, what can you realistically do here? You just have to catch it like this, and this is out of position into 3 here, as Blaziken can pretty easily chase that down. So Vaporeon has to try to respond, doesn't quite get there, and yeah, I guess that's what you have to do. You just have to wait for the Latios to overextend.
Yeah, they did. They burned the eject button as well. Umbreon looking for a couple points, but met by 3 members defending that T1 goal zone. Actually make it 4. Machamp was looking for a grab there. Blissey able to cleanse it, and No Sweat able to capitalize on this Regieleki, now looking to push this into T1. All 5 members of Oh My CC here. Aeon stacks a galore as this Latios is raining down meteors. Water Burst Shuriken into the back line. They're going to take down that Latios, does the Greninja. Leafeon also down. No Sweat taking full advantage of this one. But Champ looking to go on in. But this Cramorant Unite move is dishing out a beating. Vaporeon down. And Regieleki looking to try to find its home. Ooh. 3 KO streak for them. Good X-Scissor there from the Crustle, but it's no use. No Sweat gets a full push in.
I mean, we do have Latios here, and everybody's pretty low, so we will see 2 immediately drop here to the Leafeon and the Meteors combination. But No Sweat definitely got what they needed out of that push. Great Unite move there by Greninja as well into the backline to prevent the Latios from doing a ton of poke damage as they were trying to score in the goal zone. So definitely ended up working out for them. Now 221, so No Sweat does have a bit of a score lead. And they've clawed their way back in terms of levels. I mean, we've got this level 13 Leafeon, but No Sweat is not far behind on their carries.
I think overall, yeah, they're kind of doing pretty well. 3 level 12s. Now we are going to line up this additional Registeel. Blaziken just trying to poke and prod with that Focus Blast, looking for a secure. They're going to have to get that Overheat on. Nice little push out from the Hydro Pump is going to keep Blaziken away, as well as the submission. Leafeon capitalizes, and Oh My CC had a mountain of CC to deal with. X-Scissor there. On the bottom side, though, No Sweat able to deposit a ton of points into T2.
Yeah, I don't mind that push at all. They're able to get a ton. They break that goal zone, as a matter of fact. And with 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, having this over 100-point lead, it's going to be pretty good. I mean, Oh My CC got the objective out of it, but I think at this point in the game, the Registeel could be what saves them here with the attack boost. But I like the call to just go and get some points in, because now Oh My CC is the one on the back foot.
Dive away for No Sweat. 2-5 on the clock, and No Sweat still in the driver's seat here, trying to fight for position. Oh My CC lining up this bottom side. 3 members hiding in the bottom tall grass.
Yeah, we've got Greninja looking for.
My
Greninja was looking for them here, but a big telekinesis, and suddenly this fight, it's off to the races.
Okay, and Cramorant Unite move is going to help take down that Leafeon, but Greninja's still back in the Pokemon Center. Blissful assistance from the back line into the barrage blow. No Sweat starting to line up some KOs, but Cramorant finds a double KO. Vaporeon down. Unite move from the Latios able to take down the Blaziken. They line up a double KO. They're looking for more. Another submission on the Blissey. A punch sends them back to the Pokemon Center. Back to Nurse Joy. Greninja finally gets back in, but 3 KOs from this Greninja. Now they're looking for a KO on the Latios. They finally get them.
Yeah, they do find the KO on the Latios, and I mean, all they need to do is buy time. Oh My CC is not going for this objective, and now suddenly everybody's back. Can you rip into now a Blaziken that's completely healthy in level 13, has an overheat? Crustle is going to try to prevent them from getting in, but you do have a Blissey as well that has.
There's the overheat. Do we
overheat
get it?
Is early. It's early, but it's gonna be the Leafeon. The overheat was too early. Oh My CC stopped hitting at the perfect time. No Sweat will drop. All 5 members go down. And Oh My CC, with 35 seconds left, is going to start to deposit their points.
100 points there. They're still down, though. They're still going to need one final push. Another 100 points will do it. Instead, they're going to get 300 points in the central base with 20 seconds left. That should close game number 1. Oh, my CC. Fantastic comeback there, stealing a win out of the hands of defeat.
Those meteors were ridiculous, honestly. You just got the stacks off early, and there were so many meteors, and the Greninja played really well to go after the Latios, but that was quite the catch in the end game.
Yeah, great stuff there. I mean, I thought Blaziken had it for sure, but yeah, releasing the overheat a little bit early. And yeah, oh my CC, I think you said it right. I think they just kind of stopped hitting it, allowing for Leafeon to kind of set up that big clutch play there. 6-1-2, 3-2-9, going to be your final here in game 1.
Yeah, game number 1, but this could very easily go back the other way. No Sweat had the option there. They definitely could have won. And look at this, the Cramorant with the 7 KO carry. This was a really solid pick, I think, for this team. I think that there's definitely a couple issues with how Cramorant plays into a team comp like this, but they were really dishing out some damage, and they found their moments really well. I think the problem with this comp is it required that Greninja got into the backline before Cramorant was able to do anything. Otherwise, it can't really poke on its own. But they did a fantastic job of doing that. Clearly, 93,000 damage here. The far and away most damage in the game.
Cramorant's getting a nerf. Surely. This Pokemon has just been absolutely punished.
They're just removing Cram from the game at this point.
At least
somebody specific really likes Cramorant and really wanted it in the game, but everyone else hates it. So they look for any excuse to make Cramorant absolutely unplayable at any chance they get.
And at least at the bare minimum, they have started to take out, at least for the most part, Cramorant from like the new Pokemon promotional videos, where before it was just like, hey, here's this new Pokemon, here's Cramorant getting absolutely obliterated by it. So I think they've kind of rotated what Pokemon's getting punished by the new character. At least the last few releases, I believe.
Yeah, somebody was like, fine, you can have Cramorant be in the game, but it's going to be the Pokemon that gets KO'd constantly for every promotional video. It's just going to be the literal sitting duck of Pokemon Unite. Wait, can we make a duck comp now?
Yeah, almost.
Psyduck, Cram, Sirfetch'd. Is there other ducks?
Kind of.
Ducklet for Unite when?
Ducklet for Unite when?
Quavel for Unite when?
Quavel would be really good. I mean, what else can you consider a duck there? I mean, you got like chickens. Like Moltres is like a chicken. Blaziken's a chicken.
Well, we have every Firebird in the game.
Yeah, we have all the Firebirds.
We have Moltres, Ho-Oh, Charizard, that's a Firebird.
Talonflame,
and Blaziken.
Well, Blaziken's fighting.
It's a Firebird.
That's true. It's Firebird. Yeah, technically a bird. It's a flightless
The only
bird.
one... Are we missing any Pokemon that are Firebirds?
I'm sure there's probably like one, right? There's got to be one. Or yeah, they have that one form.
But right? I feel like it doesn't like count that much because it's just like a form. Firebird Pokemon.
Oh, we got all 3 versions of Charizard in the game.
Yeah, we have every Charizard.
Eventually we'll get Gmax Charizard too, so we'll have an additional Firebird.
Yeah, Talon. Well, Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, Oricorio, I guess, would be the other one. And Galarian
we still need
Moltres,
more ducks. I agree with you. I think we do need more ducks.
Duck Pokemon. I mean, it's... Okay, well, we already have Psyducks. They want to add Golduck separately. I guess they added a little Raichu separately.
Yeah.
They say Porygon 2 is a duck.
It's kind of a duck. Yeah, it's like a computer duck. I think all the Porygons look like ducks. Like digital duck.
Yeah. Oh, Ludicolo.
Ludicolo, yeah, it's kind of a duck, right? Sort of.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of.
And then like Quaxley and Ducklet.
Yeah, Quaxley. Oh, I love Quaxley. He's so cute.
I don't mind Ducklet.
Pupitar is a duck.
Yeah,
Pupitar's a duck?
Pupitar's a duck. That makes sense. You know what? When you think about it, when you really get down to it, everything in the world is either a duck or not a duck. So I feel like that's just sometimes I feel like we go through life and we forget about that.
Yep.
We just let all the little things bother us, and I feel like sometimes you just gotta remind yourself, we're either a duck or we're not. Yeah. At the end of the day.
It's like, is it a cat or is it not a cat? I think we have full cat comps now too, right? Can we have bunny comps? We have Azumarill and
that's it.
Oh, Cinder, right? Cinder.
Wait, apparently Magmar is a duck.
Magmar's a duck? That's illegal.
Somebody said that at some point. Somebody said Pelipper. That's not a duck. Pelipper is very clearly a pelican.
Yeah, we have a draft going on, and we're talking about ducks.
Good call. Good call.
Gamma, no, we need to talk about ducks. Yeah, we expect all of these bans to come on. There's nothing exciting or special about these bans. Maybe, I guess, a target ban on the Gren and the Leafeon, but the duck and the bunny conversation, more important. These are all, yeah, they banned a duck. They banned the Psyduck. This is important.
So they banned one duck. Other duck picked up immediately here.
Yep.
So we're going to see Surfetch come into this game. Considering taking away the Latios, I honestly wouldn't mind it because the Latios was so devastating last time with the Meteors. Instead, they're just going to go back to the Umbreon Blissey.
Yeah, I mean, it's still pretty safe, and honestly, I feel like No Sweat played the game very well. It was just kind of came down to that very unfortunate flip at the end that went Oh My CC's way. So, I mean, I don't blame them for kind of lining this up the same. I think the thing that they did struggle with the most was that Leafeon at times. They're going to struggle with this Latios once again, though. Again, I love the Draco Meteor ones.
Yeah, the Latios is going to come back out as well as the Crustle, so they definitely liked it. It was good. I thought the Crustle was very good. It was definitely strong, and we're going to see No Sweat, though, pick up the Machamp. So I thought that we would see Oh My CC just grab the Machamp in that second pick slot since they used it previously, but I guess they wanted the Surfetched more, and they think it's better, so they're going to give that over. Cramorant's going to come back, so we've got a couple ducks. Dodrio was being considered. That maybe one of the heads identifies as a duck.
Yeah. Here's another question. Latios, Latias, are they ducks? They kind of look like ducks. They're like
they have a little bit of a beak.
Ducks. Yeah.
Yeah.
That might
be
if a duck.
If a duck was an airplane, that could be what Latios is. So that, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Yeah. Now, if we're going by scrambles, you could either be a duck or a crab. I think we have to say that Latios is a duck. And I think that we have to say Hoopa's a crab.
Hoopa's a crab for sure. What about...
Hoopa's definitely a crab.
Yeah. What about Machamp? He's kind of got like a beak going on.
No, crab. He's got all the legs.
He's got all the legs, though. Yeah, he's got legs.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
He's got a lot of appendages.
Arms. And, yeah, there's a lot going on there. I think he's got to be a crab.
Gamma says that Machamp is both. Now that's a hot take.
Machamp is both. That's insane.
He's both a crab and a duck. He's got both things going on. Also, full man. Just a full man.
That's just a guy. Like I feel like sometimes what I don't understand about Pokemon is sometimes there's just like a guy. Like Mr. Mime, that's just a guy. Mewtwo X is just a guy. Hitmonchan is just a guy. Like why just some of them are just like some dude. And Gardevoir is like a girl.
Yeah. Lucario's just kind of a dude too. He's just like...
No, Lucario's furry bait.
Yeah.
Lucario's a dog. Sorry, Lucario's a duck. If you had to pick
Lucario's a duck.
Lucario's a... Anyway. All right. What's happening? What are we doing? Oh, Right. So Pokemon Unite. So what I like here is I definitely like the Hoopa pick. It's a really good support that we just don't see a lot. They kind of switched that out instead of the Vaporeon. So I guess they're going to go with Hyperspace Hole for the healing instead. We will see.
You will see. Game number 2, almost CC, going to be up 1-0 here. They're going to send this Charizard X into the central area. No Sweat going to send the Talonflame there. We're going to see that Machop in the top side from No Sweat.
Yeah, so I'm interested in this Charizard X too. Well, I'm like not because I hate it, but I'm interested to see how it plays in this game because it's a little bit difficult to get online, but it definitely is that all-rounder focus. So a lot of melee to kind of, again, try to set up this Latios in the backside. And at this point, like, you've got the Talonflame. I like Fly here, even better than I, like the Greninja. We really could see the Talonflame as a duck do a really good job.
Yeah, definitely. Mount Mew says, Incineroar for Unite. We need more furry bait. Honestly, that's quite valid. Well, Wolfie VGC might come back if we get Incineroar. We'll see. Talonflame, though, coming up to the top path, getting immediate value. Gonna get that KO there. It's actually Machop that gets the value, and they're gonna deposit some Eos energy into T1. Charizard X gonna play a little bit of exception to it, but a nice little egg in these trying times. Gonna keep Talonflame up.
Ooh, so Blissey switching it up this time, going with the soft-boiled build. So somebody knows how to change their move sets. Not sure if everybody does. I certainly don't. And the Hoopa is going to be Trick. So opting for no healing. Instead, we're just going for some shielding and movement speed here from the Trick. Mean Look is back. Hurricane is hurricaning. And we've got some meteors falling from the sky.
20 seconds until our Drago. Neither team really getting set up for it. You have No Sweat on the top side pushing the T1, getting some more stacks in up there. On the bottom side, 2v2, mostly just for positioning.
Yeah, we've got now Farfetch'd. Still a Farfetch'd, doesn't quite evolved just yet, but this Machamp already level 6, and the submission is going to grab this Pokemon. I mean, we're starting to see why Machamp is so high value, and starting to make me wonder why Surfetch would have been valued over this Pokemon. We know how broken Machamp is.
X speed from the Umbreon. It was a baiting out Charizard, Charmeleon going back to the Pokemon Center. So good positioning here for No Sweat. They definitely needed that KO there. That was the central area Pokemon of OMICC.
Machamp now level 7 and just kind of hanging out in this top path. And here comes the Talonflame as well, also level 7. The Meteors are starting to hit, but definitely I feel like at this point there was more of a team fight for the Latios to build them up on. But here comes the Fly from the Talonflame. I definitely like the Fly. That's a lot of damage.
It's a lot of damage. More Meteors coming down. Surfetch looking for a KO. Unfortunately, met by a Mean Look. Charizard X into the front line. They're going to have to retreat. Going to get healed up by that Resident Guard. Crustle getting some vision, playing forward, zoning teams away from this Reg Ice. Machamp playing very far forward, looking for the KO on the Latios. Unable to find it. Fly hits the mark. And Crustle back to the shell of the Pokemon Center.
I'm really not sure why OMICC is just walking in one by one into like a submission Machamp and a Blissey with soft-boiled. Like, they're going to get healed up. You're probably not going to be able to chase down the 1 HP thing here. Ooh, Talonflame and Machamp hiss. That's an interesting combination there. Meteors hit. Doesn't do too much at the moment. Big barrage blow into the flame sweep as well. OMICC doesn't stand a chance.
Huge stuff. Points deposited into this T1 goal zone. 30 from this Cramorant. We have 40 from this Machamp that will go. It's not a huge overcap, but they are going to cap nevertheless. 175 to 10, an additional 11 on the T2. Meanwhile, on the top side, Regieleki finds its home into the T1, but unable to break it. They don't have enough Eos up there in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're just going to want that Surfetch to start getting some stacks in. Make sure that they can compete with this Machamp, because right now the Machamp's the highest level in the game, and they are about a full 2 levels above some of these Pokemon on OMICC. Crustle, once again, getting caught here by 3. It's getting pretty pincered in between them. Will eventually go down. Regieleki did walk into the goal zone, but nobody showed up to complete it. Yeah. So probably just waiting for this Surfetch to make sure they got the stacks they need.
With a little tempo was this Talonflame was able to deposit 40 points in that T2, extending No Sweat's lead, while Oh My CC mostly just monitoring this top goal zone. Another fly comes out, going to hit the mark on 2. Hoopa, however, has to retreat back towards their own side of the base, and Talonflame once again hunting Oh My CC, looking for an opening. No Sweat has not been able to get to this top goal yet.
Yeah, they're all just kind of walking one by one. Their positioning seems very off this game. Crustle, the wall, not able to block the flame sweep. We are seeing the Mega Evolution come out for this Charizard.
Charizard Mega Evolution is out. Heals from the Blissey onto the Talonflame. Going to fly up, hit the mark right onto the surface. Actually, Machamp getting the credit for there. More damage into the central area. Hoopa now going back into the confined zone. Aeon Blast from this Latios connects on the Machamp, and he gets away on 1 HP. Charizard, we have a little bit of buffering, but Charizard was going directly for this Cramorant, but Cramorant able to get the KO right in the face of that low HP Charizard.
Yeah, I just don't think Oh My CC has a plan into this Blissey. Machamp now with the submission, they will be able to take down that Pokemon. That's going to be a huge KO. That's a level 11 going in favor of Oh My CC at this point. But I'm not sure that Oh My CC knows what to do against this soft-boiled Blissey. There's just so much healing, and they don't really have an answer to it.
No, another 20 points in. Naldi again, playing very far forward, staying putting pressure on Oh My CC's side of the map, and Oh My CC kind of forced to just start hitting this objective while this Umbreon looks for a way to steal it away from Oh My CC. Talonflame now hunting in. 9 points going to go in from Blissey, but Oh My CC able to secure this Regieleki, and that is just going to break that with a minimal overcap on that T1. Talonflame looked for the Crystal, gets met and found by them. Latios immediately deleting them. Another Charizard Unite move. Cram also going to pop their Unite move looking for a KO, but again, Charizard too much to handle.
Yeah, I mean, the mean looks are coming down, but then they also have this Sirfetch'd who's finally found their footing. They have level 12 now. I feel like as soon as this Charizard Mega evolves, Oh My CC becomes a different team than we've seen. 27 points will go in this bottom path. It's now just Blissey here. The Meteors have now started to kick up in terms of the damage. Looks like they've been in enough team fights where now they have a lot of Eon stacks. But yeah, I mean, Oh My CC starting to come back. It seems like No Sweat's game up until this point, but now Regice goes in favor of Oh My CC, and things are starting to turn around.
Things are turning around. Yeah, not bad for them. They definitely are going to need it as we get in towards our late game. 2:30 on the clock. No Sweat still ahead in the points game, but look at the levels, Husky. I mean, we're starting to creep up for Oh My CC.
Yeah, they've got the level 12s on who they need, right? I mean, even the Crustle has a level 12 on them. They need a bit more on the Charizard. You definitely want to see that at level 13. But on the other side, we just have Machamp at level 13. I didn't see where Talonflame was in terms of their level gauge, but we ideally want to see them there too. So, we'll see how this end game fight goes. It looks like Talon up here in the top path, potentially looking for a flank or a sneaky score, but with the way that Oh My CC is positioned, you've got Charizard ready to snipe a bird out of the sky and make sure that they don't get those points in, and that's exactly what happens. They do find the Talonflame, who's now forced back to their side of the map.
Yeah, the poking and prodding not going to go their way if you're Oh My CC with double heal composition from this Blissey and Umbreon. More Meteors going to try to look for that Machamp, unable to find them. Been a very slow fight so far. 125 remaining.
Yeah, they know where everybody is, but they just don't want to pull the trigger because you're not exactly sure if you have the Secure to do it. You also don't want to give this Machamp an opportunity to hit a big barrage blow. We do have, look at that, the Charizard going right in on top of the Blissey. They know the target that they want, forcing the Unite.
Blissful Assistance all the way across the map. They're going to try to find some healing. Sirfetch'd paying exception. That's the first KO for Oh My CC, but Latios goes down. Submission from Machamp's going to take out the Hoopa. That's a big pin to fall. Charizard going to get hunted down. Machamp gets another KO. 3 members down each side. Machamp's still going to try to go on in. X-Scissor into the mean look. Machamp gets taken out. It's Sirfetch'd coming out ahead here, and now it's just this Umbreon locking down the Crustle.
That's big timers as well. You just have Blissey and you have Umbreon. I've seen a Blissey Egg Bomb secure it before, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it again. We do have the Draco Meteors about to show up. And we do have Cramorant now also here, but we do have an Egg Bomb getting ready. The Blissey's winding it up, and Groudon is very low. Nobody has any damage on it. It is going to be the Meteors. The Meteors finally secured here for Oh My CC. There's only 10 seconds left. Can they get the points that they need? They have to get some scores. 45 points are going to drop in. No, they're not.
Okay.
Oh, they will. 100 points. I think that's enough, Kyle.
I think it's enough. 2 KOs for this Latios. Oh My CC able to secure the Groudon, secure this game. Yeah, like you said, Blissey was lining up an Egg Bomb, but they fired it early and they fired it onto the enemy Pokemon, opening up that window for the Latios to just narrowly steal it. That 100 points, the difference maker. 292, 255. Oh My CC winning this set 2-0.
Wow, a slow, patient fight, and it pays off here. And I guess it really was the Surfetched end up taking down the Machamp. At the end of the day, that team fight is what ended up mattering. Even with the huge Bliss assistance into the Latios to take them down, even the Mega Charizard went down, but the Surfetched was the one who reigned supreme, able to take the objective and take the game.
Insane stuff, yeah. Huge plays from this Latios, obviously, the final objective, and then obviously getting to escort the rest of the squad onto that T2 and just narrowly able to win that for Oh My CC. Good stuff there. Honestly, No Sweat had some great team fights, though. I mean, this Cramorant looked great. The Machamp looked incredible. I mean, this was a super fun set to watch.
Yeah, this was definitely a really fun one. This could have easily gone to a game 3. I mean, I really thought halfway through the game, I really thought that No Sweat would have had it. It was definitely their game for a while, but Oh My CC was able to claw their way back. Definitely a set. I'm glad we picked that one to watch.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Great stuff, honestly, overall. I mean, that was definitely a fun one. We are going to get set up for our next round or a game 3, so don't go too far, trainers. We're going to take a look at that. Dreiku is, wow, he's trying to steal Pokemon in chat. So Dreiku is going to be joining us, returning to the casting desk here very soon. So don't go too far, trainers. We're going to have more Pokemon Unite after this. Husky, any final thoughts as we send you off to bed?
Like a wise man once said 10 minutes ago in chat, we need more men kissing. And I live by that.
Wise men have said that.
Many wise men have said this before. I believe it was in the Bible. So
I think so too.
It is Holy Thursday after all. A lot of people missed that verse of what Jesus said when he did the bread breaking and everything.
Yep.
He did say that, but a lot of people don't like it, so they took that part out in some translations, but it's there, I promise. I went to Catholic school for 12 years, so you have to believe me. I
believe it. I don't know anything about it, but I believe you. I just trust you, so we're just going to have to believe you. All right, well, don't go too far, folks. More Underdunk 76 after this. We'll see you very soon.
It's definitely you.
Welcome back in. Pokemon Unite. I got Husky Star on my left, or on my
Hello.
right, I guess.
That's me.
Yep.
Definitely not
Husky just looks a little different today. Welcome back in, Husky Star San.
Doesn't Husky also have like 2 additional R's like in her name? Or is it just oh, there we go. Hello.
There we
Hello,
go.
everybody. What's up, Kyle? How's it going, dude?
Hey, buddy. I'm excited to see you. Excited to get this next match set up. Welcome back to Underdunk. we are going to see a fun match. We got Lunex Academy, aka the former Goofy Goobers, if you remember them, versus Phantom Thieves, a team that has played quite a bit over the last few Underdunks.
So this is Underdunk 76, right?
Yes.
Brought to you by Golem. Golem trophies at the end by Kyle.
Yeah.
Wait, before we start, can you give us like your best Golem cry? We'll do like regular Kanto Golem, and then we'll do a Alolan Golem.
I feel like if I were to do it, it would sound like the Thwomp from Mario. I don't know. I don't remember Golem's cry. That's how I imagine Golem to sound.
Yes. Okay, that was great. That was awesome.
Was that worth it? Did I get the part?
That was so worth it, dude. You can work for Nintendo now. We're gonna use that sound for the next Mario Galaxy movie.
I can't work for Pokemon, but I can work for Nintendo after that.
You can work for its cousin, Nintendo. Yeah, hasn't taken you out back yet. Anyways, look at this lineup we got for Lunex Gaming. It looks like a pretty scary front line so far. You got Surfetch, double defender. Should be pretty difficult for this Buzzwole to really get anything going. I'm excited to see what they got in the back. You got a lot of attackers that were buffed in the most recent bounce patch, so expect something maybe like a Cinderace. Could be a gutter pick Decidueye as well. Looks pretty good here. Could be a lot of things. Venusaur is also a really good pick here too. Wonder what they go with.
Venusaur seems really fun. We'll have to see, but I imagine we are going to lock in that Urshifu, and Saotami absolutely does. It's available, so why not pick it? We're going kind of very brawl heavy here for Lunex, and maybe we get the Speedster Darkrai. I like the Meowth, but I mean, comfort might rule all here with Adaminja on the Leafeon. We'll see what type of range Phantom Thieves wants. I think they might be just happy with just the Greninja.
Yeah, clearly I have not been casting Unite for very long because I like picked every attacker they could possibly go with, and they're just gonna run down the enemy team with a full melee composition. I mean, it's bulky, but at the same time they have their spear, right? They got Adam on their ace. Leafeon's one of the best ones on the rank ladder. On the other side, we got most likely going to be a Scyther, which is a speedster that does, I would say, fairly well in the UCS setting. Maybe not so much in the more casual setting in the rank ladder, but depending on who has that Pokemon or who's piloting that Pokemon, they can be really, really, really strong. Right, there's a couple of things I'm going to be looking for here. That Scyther, if they can get those resets, I don't know if they can. They got a really bulky lineup to deal with. Even like the Surfetch, the I would say like the maybe least bulky Pokemon on the other side. They have Detect. They also have an Eject button as well. I think maybe trying to go for a KO on the Leafeon is also an option too. But I don't know. We'll see if this Scyther can actually function with all the bulk that the other team has on their team.
We'll definitely see. Yeah, and anytime you have Saotami and Adaminja on their aces, I think even maybe to a lesser extent IMAX. I know he doesn't play Tree as much, but I know just definitely one of the better Tree players in North America scene. We'll definitely see how this one goes. I do like this Mamoswine, though. I think this could provide a lot of value if they're able to pick up either the Speedsters or any of the all-rounders, to be frank.
A couple of interesting item choices on the side of Lunex Gaming. I was looking at their held items. I think they have 2 big roots on their team, one on the Trevenant and also one on Urshifu. So any sort of crowd control, you get a percentage back of HP recovery. You also got the potion for Saotami too. So expect that Pokemon to just be a very difficult Pokemon to take down. But game number 1 of round 2 of our Swiss round 2.
It's 3. I didn't change.
Oh, okay.
We're
so
firing
I was
production
correct.
again.
I'm being gaslit by production, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Fire production for the 3rd time this evening. We are going to take this Leafeon to the top path, and it's going to be the Surfetch down in the bottom. Greninja also pathing towards the bottom, so Scyther in the central for Phantom Thieves. And I think you just are wise to take this Urshifu in the center as well.
Yeah, it's a tough Pokemon anywhere else except for in that central area. Greninja in the bottom path, typically you don't like seeing this type of auto attacker in the bottom path, but I think they got a boost in damage on Bubble and maybe increase of boosted auto, but going up against a Farfetch down there, it's going to be difficult to get some of those last hits. Up here, we got a pretty, I wouldn't say a classic matchup, but at least a classic placement of this Buzzwole. Looks like in terms of the experience, about even between the 2s, the not 2s are taken off the field.
Dragon able to push a little bit away. Here comes Scyther to the rescue in the bottom path, finding an early KO. IMAX finding that Citrus Berry and a little bit of health. 17 points in from Scyther, and they're going to get away from that as well.
Gonna head to the central area. I think the Farfetch is heading back to the bottom path as well. Here comes Tommy's able to get a KO onto the Blissey, as well as the Buzzwole going down as well. Here comes the Scyther a little late for this rotation. Got to be very careful. It's a 3v1 situation. They may need to vacate this top path. Another stack there for Adam as they make their way back to the left side. Uh-oh, not very good here for Phantom Thieves, giving over all of that experience to this Leafeon, especially when they get that Unite move at level 8. It's going to be really tough, and the tail is old as time itself. This Urshifu going directly into the speed flux zone.
Yeah, not looking so good here early on for Phantom Thieves, and Saotami is going to take that advantage into the central area and look for a little bit of a steal for all the buffs from Phantom Thieves. They're going to earn that red one. Heavy slam from AJ, not going to hit the mark. Scyther able to dash away from there. Dual wing bait's going to do a little bit of damage as they path towards this T1 goal zone. Woodhammer, though, likely going to send XLR8 back to the Pokemon Center, along with this combo from Urshifu. Piloswine a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game for Scyther at this point in the game. Typically, you know, it is classified as an all-rounder. It doesn't really have a whole lot of bulk. It's more really a speedster when it goes through this, I guess, lack of evolution into the Scizor. And with it being level 7, basically matching the defenders on the other side, or at least they're level 6 right now. They were matching just a second ago. It's going to be tough for this Pokemon to really get going. Urshifu heading down into the bottom path, potentially pushing on forward again. 4-player push here for Phantom Thieves. Let's see what they got going.
Ooh, KO onto the Snorlax. Woodhammer's going to connect on a couple Pokemon while Phantom Thieves looking for a push towards this T1. Surfetch, though, able to just fight a clone. Doesn't really get a whole lot of value, but they did send Phantom Thieves scattering back towards their T1. Regidrago still hanging out in the central area. No Pokemon really gathering for it yet. Just BTP looking for a little bit of vision as Adam Ninja able to break that T1 goal zone as well as deposit a little bit of cash into the T2.
It looks like they also use their Unite move as well. You don't see that light next to their icon on the left-hand side. A little bit of lag, but it looks like Adam should be able to take this objective off the field. Buzzwole is going to get vision on the HP of that Regieleki, now bouncing to the tier 2 goal zone. 3 players in the bottom path. Phantom Thieves nowhere to be found here in the bottom path as well. There may be a fight going on in the central area for this Regidrago. Still sitting at about 40%, maybe 25%. Here comes the Zakir. It's going to go over to the retracting leaves from that Leafeon. Here comes a fight in the top path, and it looks like the Emerald 2-step is going to get that knockout on the Scyther as another fight breaking out here in the central area.
IMAX going to push a couple Pokemon away. Robin looking for a KO on IMAX, but a lot of damage from the mid-range from the Greninja. Shurikens hitting the mark on the tree, but they're going to stand very tall. Saotami now getting towards this bottom path. They're going to look to maybe break this. Radis is going to fight in the central area, and this Greninja is going to have to go in. Leaking Nova Blast, able to take down the Greninja. And this Surfetch looking pretty good. Blissful Assistance onto the Scyther, trying to keep them upright. Just barely able to escape some of that damage.
Yeah, still pushing on forward, and they are very healthy. No jump pad anywhere to be found on the side of Phantom Thieves. That Greninja is going to watch as a lot of points go on in here. Saotami going in deep, trying to just get that NDD. They are able to get it, potentially get another stack or just another small score. It's going to bring this goal zone down to 59. As we eclipse the halfway point in the game, it's almost a 200-point game for our purple side team.
Unite move from Trevenant, able to maybe scatter Phantom Thieves a little bit. Buzzwole looking for a KO here. Radis gonna get taken out. Scyther gets a KO. Greninja on 1 HP, maybe negative HP. Just able to escape there. Leafeon unable to converge on them. Nice little block here from Snorlax to push Buzzwole into harm's way. Buzzwole goes down to Saotami. And now we have a more damage fallen. Piloswine going back to the Pokemon Center. Still not level 9. And Lunex Academy really controlling the map here.
Yeah, looks like Adam's also looking for a KO. Emerald 2-step ready to go. 316, 77. So more than a 200-point game at this point in the game. Regieleki in the top path still has their tier 2 goal zone available to them. 4-player push here, hitting that 430 marker, still waiting for a stage 3 evolution from that Piloswine, waiting to get that Mamoswine evolution and that Unite move. Here comes Adam Ninja, able to get a KO, and take a look at that, taking that objective off the field. Unite move, and here comes the rest of Lunex Academy in tow. KO streak of most likely 3 with that Regieleki in their pocket as well.
Here comes Mamoswine trying to put a stop to this push. 4 members converge and take out the pig to the pen. Nice little block here from Snorlax. However, good avoidance there. Now Scyther looking for a KO onto the Urshifu, unable to find it. Blissful assistance into them. However, we do get Greninja and Buzzwole. Regieleki trying to make its way towards this T1. Another Phantom Forest here from the Trevenant. Another block here from Snorlax, going to push them even farther away from the safety of their goal zone. Some shielding from this Blissey helping hand along with the safeguard, but Saotami goes right underneath those shields and looking for some more KOs. Regieleki still not in yet. Buzzwole Unite move trying to take out the bear, but unable to do so.
And really lucky escape there for Lunex Academy. Lost a couple of Pokemon, but I think they are able to keep their aces upright, and good defense on the side of Phantom Thieves, able to get a couple of knockouts. Level 12 on that Scyther, level 11 on the Greninja, really struggling to get to level 13, a huge break point for a lot of these auto attackers. As we head to the bottom path, there should be one more objective, but as we head to the final minute before the final stretch, all that Registeel is going to be tough to deal with in the final stretch if Lunex Academy is able to get it. And look at this front line that these two defenders are putting on forward. Nowhere can they be found in this bottom path, and it looks like Surfetch is going to get that Registeel for themselves.
A big wood hammer, though, might send this Greninja back packing. Unite move from Scyther. They're going to try to get some last-minute value. 2:40 on the clock. Might have been a little bit early. Robin goes down. Surfetch finds that KO. Scyther going to have to scatter back towards this top path. In hot pursuit was IMAX, but they're not going to catch that green bug.
Not a single goal zone on the side of Phantom Thieves, except for their main base, of course, that you cannot break. They're going to get vision on this Scyther, trying to score on the tier 1 goal zone, and the Leafeon able to get the knockout there. Take a look at how far Saotami is with their Urshifu. Got to be very careful. KO streak of 2. They do have that big root. It doesn't even matter, and they're going to be down for 30 seconds now. It's basically 1/4 of this game remaining.
Yeah, but we do get that Regieleki, which will walk towards that home goal zone. That could be a potential win condition here for Lunex. They're going to start pivoting towards this Groudon. Nice little shield there to avoid some of the crowd control. And now Phantom Thieves going to try to fight for position.
Yeah, unfortunately, Greninja going down 15 seconds on their KO timer. 455 to 77, definitely a position where it's only Groudon's going to be able to get them back into this game. They're going to leave both defenders in the central area. Can Phantom Thieves even take this off of the field? Their auto attacker, that Greninja is still watching as their team slowly takes down Groudon. Now, having emptied all of their pockets, Leafeon is back here once again. Scyther scoring on the bottom path. Groudon down to 50%. Kyle, I don't know how they're going to get this.
Yeah, it's not looking so good right now. Down more than 500 points. They're going to start to even up the score. Robin able to get to the tall grass, just narrowly escaping the Unite move from the Surfetch. Now going to go on in. A little bit of shielding there. Surfetch does take out the Greninja once again. That should just all about do it. There's not really a lot of win conditions here available for Phantom Thieves.
Yeah, try to go for the combo with the Razor Leaf there. Couldn't get the knockout, but I don't think it even matters. Surfetch getting that knockout. Groudon is going to stay upright, most likely, in the Cave of Origin. And take a look at this block. Oh, my goodness. The block followed by the Urshifu liquidation. The Surging Strike is so difficult just to take down these Pokemon. Just one defender on the side of Phantom Thieves just can't hold their ground. KO streak of 2 for the Surfetch. They're going to push on to the tier 3 goal zone, but it doesn't even matter. All they need to do is make their presence known, and game 1 should go over to Lunex Academy.
That look pretty like they've been in control, like from front to back, start to finish. I think if you're Phantom Thieves, I know like Urshifu's not the strongest all-rounder in the game, but I mean, when you have someone that's so good on a specific Pokemon, you might just have to take that out. I think the Surfetch also just incredibly powerful, a lot of outplay potential. And we might have to just go back to the drawing board in this draft. I mean, Lunex has not missed a beat.
Game 1 going over to Lunex Gaming. Of course, a best of 3 between these two teams. And remind me again, there are 4 rounds in this Swiss, and then we get the best of 1 at the very end. So yeah, huge game here for Lunex Gaming. And honestly, they did not need an attacker at all that game. They quite literally ran Phantom Thieves over the entire time. 14 KOs for Radis, kind of a quiet KO leader there. I feel like the spotlight was all over Saotami and Adam running forward with these two attackers. Right, 11 KOs for each of them. Can't wait to see this damage, but I expect to see those damage numbers very similar to that.
Yeah, Yeah, looked really strong. I mean, there's just something to be said when you have 2 of your ace Pokemon available and you're able to gobble them up. I mean, yeah, 131k damage for Sautami, 83 from Aminja. Both both of those players having gold badges, very notable players on those specific Pokemon. So yeah, and Phantom Thieves, they're a really good team. Some of these players won Underdunk last week, so I think it's actually a majority of the players were on the winning squad. So like, this isn't a bad team, but Lunex Academy, sometimes they just level up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Scyther going into this 88,000 damage, but don't know how much value they got out of this Pokemon. They lost this Pokemon very early on to the Leafeon. The Leafeon kind of took that for a ride and into the remainder of the game, and it was kind of a 1v1 between the Buzzwole and the Leafeon for most of that top path, and unfortunately that Buzzwole just couldn't really get anything going as well. And especially with Leafeon, with that Pokemon really getting a whole lot of value out of experience and knockouts, it's really hard to stop it, especially when you have a pilot like Adam, one of the most proficient Leafeons in North America, in my opinion.
Yeah, super valuable to have those aces up your sleeve that you can take when they don't hit the ban phase, right? And there's so many Pokemon that are worthy of bans. I mean, we saw, all the usual suspects that, are just kind of broken right now in today's meta get banned out. The Machamp, the Psyduck, the Blastoise all got banned. Obviously, the Zapdos and the Mega Charizard is also very incredibly powerful. So you kind of have to use your ban slots on those Pokemon, leaving those Pokemon that the enemy team has an ace to grab. And when you do that, it's just like, what do you want to die by? Do you want to die by the ace, or do you want to die by what's in the meta? So like, pick your poison for Phantom Thieves. It's just tough to make that decision. We'll see how this next draft lines up.
Yeah, I mean, I would say like the metagame right now for Pokemon Unite is in a fairly balanced state. I mean, the mega evolving Pokemon, they are still very powerful. I think they had some of the highest win rates in the Asia Champions League last weekend, but you still got a couple of wild picks like Submission Machamp. Who would have thought this Pokemon would have such a huge impact in the tournament? I mean, it's more of a supportive Pokemon. I think a lot of the teams, a lot of the players have been running that as more of a supportive all-rounder, using submission to really get to the back line and maybe just crowd controlling something in the front line as well, but it gets a whole lot of value out of that Unite move too. So it's one of those Pokemon that I feel like comes out of the woodworks in these live events. I mean, we saw that with like Lapras last year. I think there was like a monthly where Armor Rouge kind of had a same impact too. This might be just another one of those weird shining moments for a Pokemon that's typically never seen to have the spotlight for an event. And now you see the ramifications of it in subsequent events and in smaller tournaments like this.
And we'll see. I mean, I always love getting to see like what gets played in those bigger tournaments, and kind of the aftershock effect of what people start picking up. And I think it kind of goes both ways, right? Like sometimes we see things starting to get played in like grassroots and other smaller leagues, and then they make their way to the big stage. So I think it's super fun to see like that seesawing of like the meta shift in and out and weave as we go through. But yeah, ACL was super fun to watch. Getting to see a lot of those top teams really pilot those picks that we've kind of assumed have been really good for some time now. I think Machamp hasn't really received buffs in a long time, but you see, in these grassroots leagues for months and months and months, players using that Pokemon. I mean, how long have we seen, just random Machamp usage over the last few months, and now it's like all of a sudden, despite getting any sort of buffs, it's just kind of broken. How broken is Machamp?
I think another couple of Pokemons that's also in a more supportive defensive role that has fallen under this trend, not fallen, but like have taken on this pattern, is Crustle and Mamoswine too, in my opinion. I know, I guess I might be a little biased in my opinion of Crustle because it's not super popular in the West, but for the longest time, it's been a really powerful Pokemon in the East. I know a lot of those nerfs for Crustle was because of how it's been performing in the East, but going over to Mamoswine, I think that's a Pokemon that hasn't really gotten a whole lot of changes. It still has that level 9, both in the evolution and in its Unite move. It's a Pokemon that needs a lot of experience, but I'm finding that as other defenders start to, trend down in its usage, Mamoswine is starting to trend up. It's a really strong Pokemon. Ice Fang is a really powerful ability. It's a Unite move. It's not very good, but it's okay to get some to at least get a small engagement for the team. But as we go into game number 2, in my opinion, Phantom Thieves, they need to take away some of these aces. I mean, they're going to take away the Surfetched. I don't know if it was a huge impact in the last game, but we'll see how this last one goes. It might be a Blastoise, possibly. Blastoise is always just really strong Pokemon, but I think Leafeon, maybe from Adam, is another really solid ban here for them. But let's see what they go in for the last ban.
Yeah, Surfetch, 14 KOs. Not a whole lot of value last game, surely.
Yeah, I mean, 14 KOs, but I mean, like I was saying, the spotlight was definitely on the other two Pokemon, in my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I actually really like this pivot here from Phantom Thieves. I think Surfetch definitely really strong. Saw a couple of like really good outplays with the Detect from Lunex. Kind of, you're forcing them onto some different Pokemon. Unfortunately, that does leave a couple of power picks available, Blastoise being one of the main offenders there. You see at the top bans of last week's Underdunk, 71% of the time. It was banned all the time and still had a 50% win rate in the times it was played.
Yeah, I'm surprised not to see Psyduck up here as well. Psyduck's not banned. It's not picked in these first rounds. I think those two Pokemon had some of the highest win rates in ACL for the supportive role, if not like the entire event. And man, this is already a really scary composition. They've opened up with Blastoise, Psyduck. Now they can really go anywhere they want. They're gonna put Radis on one of his aces on that Zoroark not having the best win rate in the rank ladder right now, but it's a whole lot different when you're in the competitive sense.
I actually really love this Alchemy usage, and I think this is another Pokemon that this is another Pokemon that I think is really strong. I mean, I think it's really good into some of those divers, especially with the build for the Sweet Scent. I think that's really strong. So I think that's probably why Lunex has gone with a little bit more of a ranged approach.
Mm-hmm. I think the relationships we're going to be looking at here is it's all going to be between Radis and the single targeting abilities for Phantom Thieves, right? I'm looking at the Unite move from the Serena. It can be full healed, I believe. I don't know. It kind of goes. Sometimes it can be full healed. Sometimes it can't be full healed. I honestly don't even remember if it can be full healed or not. Looking at that Unite move in particular, and then also this Umbreon. Is it going to be a mean look Umbreon, or is it going to be a foul play? You can go either way, but if they go foul play, I don't know if they have anything to really stop the Zoroark from getting to the backline, right? There's not a Umbreon itself doesn't really have a whole lot of crowd control if it goes mean look. So yeah, that's the relationship I'm looking for, right? If these two Pokemon can stop the Zoroark, and I think the other two attackers are going to be safe. If it cannot, those attackers are going to get run over. That's what I think.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. I'm sorry, I'm messing with the whatchamabobbit, so it's
Can you make him look like googly eyes? So can you put like if they win this game number 2, you can put the eye like a little towards the right, and then it looks like they're cross-eyed a little bit.
Yeah, we could certainly try that. Try that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll try to make them look a little bit more googly-eyed. But let's get into game number 2. Lunex Academy going to be on your purple side. Phantom Thieves going to be on your orange. And yeah, Squirtle and Psyduck heading towards the top path.
Double Pikachu heading to the bottom path. Happy 30-year anniversary for the mascot Pokemon. Is it a strong path? Maybe not so much. They have pretty good auto attack pressure. I think what is that ability? Electro Web is like one of the best early game tools in the game. Yeah, take a look at the HP bar for this Eevee. Are they gonna get taken down here? They do, and they're gonna go ahead and pressure with some scores on the goal zone. The Fennekin is also not gonna be able to stop any of these scores. Pretty low auto attack speed, and now they're gonna be able to pressure these Indeedys as well. It's gonna be tough. Are they ever able to get it? 9 Eos energy on that Fennekin. Good job for that secure there.
Good stuff so far. It is a Dragon Dance on this Dragon Ball. They're going to get that Pikachu. This is already off to a quick start here for Phantom Thieves. Not the Phantom Force stacking Dragon Ball, but getting a KO. Always valuable early on.
That is pretty bold. They're going to get another knockout there. They're going to have a Citrus Berry on their way back over to the right side. It's a bold move because you got to be careful of this this Volt Tackle Pikachu. And here comes Radis, able to get a KO streak of 2, make that a KO streak of 3. And very quickly, this Zoroark is starting to tumble out of control. 23 points going in, first attack weight stack in.
Yeah, looking pretty good so far, but Radis is looking for an invade in the central area, going immediately for that red buff. See if they're able to get it. Dragon Dance, once again, going for this Psyduck. Another early KO, and that is going to be a lot of value for this Dracloak.
Yeah, take a look at this. Radis from the central area. Can they get another KO here? Forcing eject out of BTP as they make their way over to the right side. Radis, very high HP right now. Going to get the first KO on the Serena, followed by the second KO onto the Alchemia. They're going to chase down this Dracloak. No, as they make their way over to the right side, waiting for those cooldowns once again. Pretty dangerous place to be in for this Dracloak. And here comes the execute and the knockout for the Zoroark.
Big stuff here so far. Looking pretty good on the side of Lunex Academy, and they're starting to get some value. Mean Look is going to connect onto the Zoroark, goes out of it, and Lunex able to get that T1 goal zone break. Doesn't get the KO for the Umbreon.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this break this early on. They didn't have vision on what this bottom Reggie is going to be. If it was just a Golem Reggie where it usually is, I would much rather they keep this goal zone up because they have a lot of Pokemon that scale late into the game, right? I'm talking about this Dragapult in particular. Same thing with Delphox getting its abilities at level 6 and level 7, I believe. And then the same thing for the Serena, right? Giving a lot of experience over to the right side of the field. Fight breaking out here in the top path. Skeleton Pius going to be forced back over to the right side of the field. Wish to heal them back up to full. They also have a Blastoise at level 8. Taking a look at this Pokemon, it's going to be very difficult to take down. It's going to take a whole village, and they are able to take this down.
Pretty good stuff here. Double KO for this Alolan Raichu, but we do get a level 9 finally on this Dragon Dance Dragapult, met by a Volt Tackle.
Tough.
Perfect play there from Lunex to converge.
Yeah, the most difficult ability to land. Trust me when I say that, right? Volt Tackle, we all know. Regieleki brought down to 50%, so it is a regular Golem Reggie in the bottom path. Can Alchemy get a sweet scent off of here? No, it's a Dazzling Gleam!
Wow.
Able to get that one away from Radis. They're going to put them in a bubble as well and get the knockout with the Mean Look auto attacks. And here comes Phantom Thieves, a 6-player potential push here with the Regieleki. They're also going to put up the cake as well. Heal everyone back to full as the siege is on.
Siege is on. Fanciful Fireworks onto this T1 goal zone. That's going to enable Regieleki to walk on in. Dragapult looking for a KO, but Skeleton Pie able to snipe the rat from the sky. Pikachu goes down. Dragon Dance is going to try to weave and dodge away from the Zoroark, and they do. They get away somehow, and they're also able to get away from the Bubble Beam Duck.
Yeah, huge expression of skill there from Skeleton Bias. Saw an eject button there to get the KO onto the Pikachu as they pushed on forward to the tier 2 goal zone. And then the early retraction on the Dragon Dance to get away from the Zoroark and also get the knockout there. Taking a look at the levels here, Zoroark at level 10, equaling the levels of the attackers on the enemy team. And Max able to get a couple of at least disbursements here, but KO streak of 2, maybe potentially a reset here from the Dragapult. Level 11, I don't think they have the Unite move, but a huge surf pushes them into the wall, and a KO streak of 2 for the Pikachu.
It's raining, it's storming. Double KO for the Pikachu, and Radis able to clean up the third. 135 all, though. Serena looking to dance onto the Pikachu, and the mascot gonna instead pick up the Raichu and try to get away. Another Volt Tackle into the KO, and that is another big one for Lunex.
Yeah, Pikachu Volt Tackle, we know it and we love it. I don't love it at all. But able to get a wrap up that Serena, getting a knockout there. Kind of a quiet game for the Serena, unfortunately. Level 10, lowest on the field in terms of the auto or the attack carries on either side. KO streak of 2 for the Dragapult. Level 11 has faster auto attack speed, also has a faster or higher rate of critical hits. They're going to put IMAX into a bubble here, wish to heal them up to full, push them into the wall. Should be able to get a KO on Max here. Another reset on that Dragon Dance.
Pretty good stuff here so far, and now we have the Dragapult trying to weave in and out once again. Mean Look connects onto the Zoroark, but they're still going on in. They're going to go immediately for the Dragapult, but met by some boosted autos,
man.
and that's going to be a KO there. Psyduck's able to take down the Delphox. Umbreon just narrowly able to escape, but they get met by a Volt Tackle and they get to safety. Dragapult comes back in, takes out the Pikachu, and Phantom Thieves is looking pretty good here.
Yeah, I gotta watch out for this Dragapult whenever they get those resets. Anytime this Dragapult gets a KO with any of its abilities, it gets a reset on that Dragon Dance. Even assists reduce the cooldown as well. Look at the boldness of this Dragapult. They're gonna go directly into the central area, gonna get caught up by that Electro Web or that Volt Tackle. Look, take a look at these Zoroark still waiting in the tall grass, waiting for this Dragon Dance to be complete here. Unfortunately, they do miss on their feint attack, and they're gonna be forced back over to the top side of the map, but are knocked out once again by this Dragapult. KO streak of 4, potentially a KO streak of 5 if this Blastoise goes. No, KO streak of 4, now level 14 on this Dragapult.
Pretty good stuff. 203, 257. A minute until our final objective. We are going to see teams start to line up this basement side one. Dazzling Gleam's not going to connect, but it doesn't matter. Dragapult's able to get the KO, but Pikachu returns the favor. A little bit of a heal onto the Alchemy from that wish from the Umbreon, but BTP might be caught between a pickle. They do get down, and it's the Alolan Raichu there to get the KO, and this Registeel, we have the fanciful fireworks mostly for zoning. Pikachu almost goes down the flame charge with not enough to take them.
Yeah, nice EJ play as well there. Registeel brought down to less than 5%, and Auto Attack gets it. They're going to trade their life for it as well. 30 seconds remaining. They probably need a score to get their fanciful fireworks online. Once again, a pretty low cooldown timer, but with the Blastoise and the Psyduck here, it should be enough to disperse Phantom Thieves. 10 seconds remaining, less than a 1-score game in double time. And let's see how this plays out here. Almost level 15, maybe level 15 once they get both buffs from their central area. Pokemon to watch here again is going to be that Serena. Can they lock down the Zoroark? And of course, the Zoroark, can they get to that back line? A huge surf for the engage.
Nice little disable from Psyduck is going to stun Serena a little bit. Bubble Beam does not connect. Dazzling Gleam connects on the Blastoise, but that's it. Thunderstorm and a Thunderstorm Aerial. Zoroark going on in, but Phantom Thieves is immediately sent to the graveyard. 3 members down, including the Dragapult Serena. No Unite move there. Blastoise Hydro Typhoon misses the mark. BTP and Skeleton Pie still up for Phantom Thieves, but the Groudon getting chipped, getting ripped, getting taken by Lunex Academy, and they're moving towards these goal zones.
And they need to get some scores in. They have all their shields intact. 50% on the Blastoise will break this goal zone, 64 points. An uncontested tier 2 as well for the Zoroark in the top path. And in the bottom path, we have a lot of resistance here, but they will lose both their Dragapult and their Serena for a quarter of the remainder of the game. And that quarter is really going to be really tough for them to get back into this game. They have a tier 1 goal zone to work with, but with this pressure in this bottom path, I don't think they can hold on, Kyle.
I don't know how AJ Dragon did not go down there. That was so unfortunate for Phantom Thieves. That could have been the pick that maybe have gotten them back in this game, but it doesn't matter. No KO found. Phantom Thieves going down despite a valiant effort here. 30 seconds left. They're going to need more than 150 points. It's not impossible. 3 members down, but Zoroark gonna go for the Delphox and get him.
That's gonna be real tough here, but here comes the Dragapult. If there's a Pokemon that can make some room, it's gonna be that one. They also have a lot of points to score into this tier 2. It's not gonna be a full break, but they don't need that. Here comes the Daze. Can they get some scores? And no, they cannot. Umbreon is gonna be left standing on the tier 3 goal zone, and Lunex Academy, they are gonna sacrifice their Zoroark, but they will win the game off of that one. We won't need to go to the scorers table because we know 2-0 going over to our purple side team.
Oh, it was so unfortunate. I think the Dragon Dance almost had enough damage to get the KO, but just a little bit of shielding and healing from the base might have been the difference there. 403, 357. Honestly, Phantom Thieves played that so well. Look at this, 19 KOs from this Dragapult.
Yeah, it's tough whenever you have a player like Tommy piloting one of the most annoying Pokemon, most annoying attackers in the game with quite literally one of the easiest abilities, or at least one of the easiest ability archetypes in the game in point and click, and it has such a huge impact, right? I don't know what battle item this Dragapult has. We can take a look at that in a second here, but if it doesn't have a full heal, then you always got to watch out when this Pikachu has that Volt Tackle available to them, and it's a very low cooldown timer, right? Especially when you get that Unite move up and going, it's tough to really predict when this Pokemon has that ability, because that's probably Saotami's only job, right? Is to take a look at when this Dragapult is using its Dragon Dance or when it has its full heal not available to it, and then using that Volt Tackle. And then it's a duck. You were talking about this earlier. It's also a duck. It's a literal sitting duck when it gets Volt Tackled, right? It doesn't have eject most likely. It has maybe a full heal. In some very risky scenarios, some players run like an X attack or something, but one Volt Tackle on this Pokemon and you can basically kiss it goodbye, right? We saw a huge Unite move from Saotami, a Unite move from Raditz, a double Unite this Pokemon, and it was set in stone. It's exactly what happened at the end of the game too.
Definitely a duck. Definitely a duck. Yeah, I think Dragonbolt's a duck. It looks like
it's
it looks like a duck, and it quacks like a duck. It's probably a duck or whatever they say.
It got some ducklings too.
That is true. It does have its children that it shoots out of its head. I don't know if regular ducks in the ponds in San Francisco do that, but they don't do that here in Ohio. So
I will say it is duckling season right now, like April to June. It's when the ducklings come out. Super cute.
Wabbit season.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that is going to be it for our round 3 matchup. We are going to go to the scorers table to see maybe if we could get a game 3 of any other set.
Trying to sub out?
No, I'm not playing. I'm not that good at this game, but you know, it'd be that way sometimes. But let's go ahead and take a break. Often. Yeah, I should. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. Let's go take a break. We'll get set up for our next round matchup. So don't go too far, folks. It looks like we are going to get a game 3, and we're going to get set up for that very soon.
Bye.
we're back a little bit early with a game 3 that we're picking up in round 3. And it's going to be No Sweat along with Thanks Gaming. A little bit, we're doing a different side selection. So actually, Thanks Gaming, although they are on the orange side, they are picking first here. And you can kind of see that based on these snake bands. Machamp, Latios, Psyduck, and Umbreon already getting the slice into the band stage.
Yes, a feature of the game that we totally asked for. Absolutely. So first pick side on our orange side team. Right, I think. Right? Yeah, last band on our purple side team. Nothing too out of the ordinary here. I think maybe, I mean, I would say this Machamp, but of course, they had such a performance at the Asia Champions League. I'm going to open up their draft here with the Surfetch. Let's see how they respond.
Surfetch first pick. It's just kind of been the status quo. I think this Pokemon's incredibly powerful, so it is available. Might as well go ahead and grab it in that first pick slot. You can kind of build your composition around it as you see fit. No Sweat, though, has a couple options for some power picks. Blastoise still available, so they are going to grab that one as well as the Meowth.
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot of Meowth, especially early on. You don't see a whole lot of speedsters early on in the draft. If it's a first pick Pokemon, I'm not so sure. Blastoise, definitely. Alchemy, Snorlax, same thing. Typically see them early on in the draft. Let's see how they round out their middle part of the draft here. Going for the double speedster composition? Yeah, I highly doubt that one. Still waiting for their attacker to be selected here. Blissey, still available to be selected. A really powerful pick. Got most of the Mega Evolving Pokemon also available as well. Both Mewtwo's, two of the Charizards. And Buzzwole is going to round out at least their frontline core. It's a lot of CC on the side of No Sweat.
A lot of CC. Yeah, it's going to be really tough to deal with. So we'll see how they're going to do that. I mean, I think I like this Alchemy of, some option to help avoid some CC. Snorlax as well if they go block. Detect from Surfetch. So you do have a lot of tools in their shed to try to avoid some of the Blastoise and Buzzwole crowd controls that they're going to push through. Milk gonna gobble up this Scyther that we've seen quite a bit tonight.
Mm-hmm. Scyther's last pick is also generally pretty strong. Most speedster last picks speedsters are typically played towards the ends of drafts just to ensure that they're not running into too bulky composition on the other side. I mean, that's why the previous set we kind of lost that Scyther from Phantom Thieves, just couldn't get anything going here. But a couple of lighter Pokemon, looking at this Meowth and this Mew in particular, getting those resets off of them. Miraidon, of course, really just consistent Pokemon. We always love their attackers to be consistent. Same thing with this Mew. These are some of the most consistent attackers in the metagame, and it always has been since they were dropped.
Muse, regardless of how many times it was nerfed or buffed, it just seemed to always find a way into some sort of composition. So you do have a decent amount of range on both sides, both Mew with the Solar Beam as well as this Miraidon, which I imagine will go Charge Beam. We'll see how they line it up, but you also have those dueling speedsters, right? You're gonna have this Meowth versus what's likely going to be this Scyther.
Yeah, I would say the one thing that maybe No Sweat has is the amount of crowd control that they have relative to the enemy team, right? We have two all-rounders. Buzzwole has a lot of CC. Of course, Surfetch has some crowd control in its Unite move that can kind of displace the enemy team, very similar to how Talonflame's Unite move is. But everything else, in terms of crowd control, the defenders are kind of at a stalemate. Mew has some CC with Surf, for example. So at least in these kind of larger scale team fights, I do give the edge over to No Sweat, but we shall see.
And we are going to see No Sweat on that purple side, sending this Buzzwole along with the Chansey up towards the top path. It's going to be a pretty traditional bottom path here as well for Thanks Gaming. Snorlax with the Miraidon, and we're going to see this Farfetch'd looking to be a Surfetch'd up in the top path too.
Yeah, last hit between these two Pokemon is hard to say, especially when you whiff your dual wing beat like that. Yeah, you're just gonna immediately just leave. Yeah. It has a deceptively short range. Once you get that last hit of the dual wing beat, though, it's a huge last hitting potential there going up against a Fell Stinger. I think dual wing beat second hit has a little more damage between the two. It's also AoE, whereas Fell Stinger can only target one. Doesn't matter as we get a knockout from the Buzzwole. Can they get the 15 in? It might be too big, too heavy of a pocket to score that against a fairly low attacking Alchemy.
Alchemy going to try to hold this door on this T1, not able to stop the 19. not able to stop the 15. So all those points go in from No Sweat. But Farfetch able to swing that link and damage the Buzzwole, forcing them towards this Altaria family where it looks like they should be able to gobble up all of them, and they do. Some points looking to go on the bottom path for Thanksgiving, so they do get some value away from the fight.
Electro Ball. Do they have a Mustadala available to them? They will need to retreat back over to the left side. Unfortunately, cannot make it to the Citrus Berry. 30% more healing for the Snorlax as they're able to steal that one away. Mew heading into the central area to defend their side of the map. As Scyther at level 7 has to be very careful. This is a lot of EXP and gets the knockout with the Fairy Swipes.
That's pretty nice there for the Meowth. A lot of value on that level 7 Scyther. Now, Buzzwole and the Mew going to converge on this Surfetch. Alchemy gonna have to try to run away, but an eject play is going to help take them out. Double KO for No Sweat, and they break. Not a great overcap, but regardless, they're going to break that T1.
Yeah, very similar to what I said before. I think you really should be breaking this goal zone until you get vision on what Golem or Reggie is in the top side. You really want that to be a Reggie so it can pressure that tier 2. But it looks like Thanksgiving is going to pivot fully to this bottom path. Blissey is going to is not going to score onto the tier 2 goal zone. If they did, they don't really have much to score anyway. But 88 to 74, you can see even though they did get a break, still not a whole lot ahead for No Sweat.
20 points in is going to break that T1 goal zone, so Thanksgiving able to get a value away from that top side. They're also going to get a double KO. Nice little light screen there to separate the Scyther, keeps the Mew upright. And now you're going to have 15 seconds till this basement objective in Thanksgiving, all set down here for this basement Regieleki.
Yeah, definitely optimal for Thanksgiving. Regieleki is going to bounce to the tier 2 if it's secured by our orange side team. Not the best rip between these two. They're going to leave the Snorlax and the Alchemy down on the bottom side. I don't know if that was just miscommunication there, but all attack damage carry Pokemon is heading up to the top side to potentially contest this Regirock. They're going to grab that as they head down to the middle part of the map, but slowly Snorlax is going to be able to get that Regieleki, and that's going to the tier 2, Kyle.
It's going to start walking there. Wartortle still not a Blastoise. Just needs a tiny bit of experience to try to get that evolution. Meowthus here does have access to that Unite move. Hasn't been able to use it just yet. There they go. Going to go directly onto the Snorlax. Puts up a block and avoids a lot of the damage that they were trying to dish out. Going to flail in. Going to flail out as Alchemy goes down. Snorlax shortly follows. And No Sweat makes the good defensive stand on this T2.
Surfetch trying to go for a score. Tier 1 goals on top path, not able to get that one in. 88 to 94, still a really good position for both teams. It's a close battle in Unite terms here. Let's see what No Sweat can go for this tier 1 goals. And here comes a Green Illusion Dive, find its way onto the Meowth. You're gonna chase that one in. Fury swipes in a 1v1, but the Buzzwole is gonna tear that one up. KO streak of 2 for the Ultra Beast as they continue to push on forward. But Miraidon here with the charge beam, able to get a stoppage there, and points going in. 40 points from the Buzzwole. Can they close this out? 16 points from the Blissey and 28 points from the Meowth. Those are the two Pokemon to break this goal zone, but unfortunately the Meowth is way over to the right side of the field. They're going to close this one for a 16, and they're going to retreat back over to the left side with this goal zone down.
Goal zone is down, so they have got what they came for in that bottom side path. Now teams are going to start pivoting through the central area where this Altaria family is. So teams just nonstop scrapping Buzzwole, Snorlax, trying to do a lot of the damage there. Buzzwole level 11 right now. That's going to be really tough to deal with.
Yeah, nice surf there. No one to follow up with. A couple of Unite moves on either side, 2 for each team. Both tier 1 goal zones are gone for Thanksgiving. They will have more in DDs relative to No Sweat. So we clips the halfway point of the game, 175 to 94, about 2 times score is ahead our purple side team. Here comes the Blastoise engaging with that surf. They still have their Unite move available to them. Snorlax way over to the left side of the field. They have that powered up. We'll use it in the tall grass. Meowth will get a KO onto the side. There's same thing with the Alchemy going back to the Pokemon Center.
And Surfetch, along with Buzzwole, gonna get blendered here. Blastoise able to take down that Surfetch, and No Sweat once again just kind of controlling the map as they try to converse in this top path. We do have another Reggie in the top. It's gonna be a Registeel this time, and this should be all No Sweat. It doesn't look like Thanksgiving wants to respond to it.
Regieleki in the bottom path will go over to either of the tier 2 goal zones. Probably going to be the last major scrap between the two teams over this objective here. But take a look at the top side. There are 2-player push, 3-player push here for the tier 2 goal zone. Again, Regieleki in the bottom path is not going to potentially go on to a tier 3 goals. A lot of points going in, though, for No Sweat. It's going to give them a further lead here, 260 to 109 this time.
Good interruption from Miraidon right there to prevent that additional 40 from going on in. Could have been a nice little push there. Thanks Gaming, though, might gonna have to run away. Mew able to chase them down, gets the KO there. 260 to 111. Regieleki is starting to walk towards that T2. No Sweat gonna be not pushing that in. Instead, they're gonna look for this Reggie Drago in the central area, or maybe a little bit of an ambush.
Yeah, 6 points potentially going in. Anything to continue to increase their lead. 266-111 as we head to the final minute before the final stretch here. Snorlax coming in with the flail. Can they get an auto attack in? Unfortunately, they cannot. It will also most likely forego their life as well. And they're going to retreat back over to the left side of the field. They will get vision on Cavalry. It's actually a perfect name for a Surfetch, in my opinion.
Yeah, kind of good. I actually kind of like that. Yeah, a little detect there to avoid some of that crowd control. So we get to the 30-second mark before our first Kyogre of that we're watching in Game 3. 111-266, and Thanks Gaming has some work to do here.
30 seconds remaining. Let's take a look at the field state level 13s and all the Pokemons that need to be on No Sweat. Still waiting on 13 on the Miraidon. Same thing with the Surfetch, still sitting at level 12, and they're pretty far away from it as well. Snorlax does not want to get taken out here. They're going to take a couple of those dollops to heal back to full. Unite moves in tow for everybody, and here comes Kyogre.
Oh, nice little solar beam from Mew. Hits a couple, gets a little bit of a reset. Good push from Snorlax into the block, and Blastoise might be caught here. Unfortunately, they do use that Hydro Typhoon, knocks up a couple, and that is a big play there for No Sweat. Miraidon sending some meteors down from the sky, and 2 members from No Sweat fall. Now we're going to press on forward. Scyther looking for a KO on Buzzwole. A lot of CC, but that's not going to be enough with 3 members down. Blissey, along with the Mew, the only ones left. Blissey goes down, it's just the Mew. And now Thanks Gaming is going to push on forward. Chunti on full HP looking for the KO on the Alchemy. But no, it's nothing. Thanks Gaming going to take Kyogre.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they had their move swap available to them. Still stuck on Surf, unfortunately. They're going to dunk in a lot of points here. 44, followed by another 55. A huge overcap. Doesn't give them the lead. They're going to push forward onto the tier 2 goal zones. No Sweat will need to invest everything to stop them from continuing to score. They unfortunately lose their Blissey. Blastoise is next on the chopping block, makes their way over the left side, but will lose their Meowth and the rest of their team as well.
Yeah, big plays here. They're going to get enough points now. 361, 266. Additional 100 in the central area, as well as all of these other Pokemon depositing their full pockets. That's going to be a W for Thanks Gaming. They're going to win 2-1 in this 3-game set.
Yeah, I think one of the unfortunate things for No Sweat's team, and I was talking a whole lot about crowd control, but after the crowd control has kind of subsided, they don't really have a whole lot of like burst damage between the team, right? They have a pretty nice damage between like the Blastoise and the Buzzwole, but once they use up all their cooldowns, they're kind of a sitting duck, right? I feel like there's a duck again. I don't know how much value this Meowth has gotten, but when you take a look at the enemy team, right, we got Surfetch, Scyther, Snorlax, and he also got the Alchemy boosting them up with this Unite move. I'm pretty sure it's hard for this Meowth to get really anything going in a large-scale team fight like that. And I feel like the lack of that damage in particular is where they fell short.
Indeed, yeah. 58,000. Yeah, it's not like great. It's not like world shaking. It's still like valuable. I mean, you saw like plenty of value early on, but yeah, you just kind of need to carry that into the end game. And like you said, got a lot of bulk there from Thanks Gaming, as well as some of the healing from Alchemy. So just kind of hard to take down some of those Pokemon when there's those big group ups. It's kind of one of those Pokemon that does really well away from the fight. Bless you.
Thank you. Blissey. Bless you.
Yeah, welcome.
So game 3 going over to our orange side team will give them 1 win closer, potentially being featured as our final game of the evening. But we're going to be heading into round 4, right, Kyle?
Yeah, round 4 going to be on deck, so don't go too far, folks. We're going to get our matchup, which will likely be with the matchup who's going to see IX Gaming later in the evening. So don't go too far, folks. We're going to set up round 4, and we'll be back very, very shortly. What?
Did you bring us in?
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Bringing us in.
We're in.
We're so in. We have H. We have some interesting names here for our 4th round.
Oh God, what is this?
I don't know. Yeah. We have 4 rounds. Yeah.
So we have H and we have our orange side team. So it's like is this orange side team's G? The first G is that like silent G?
I think it's silent. NAMAG XI, which has no relation to IX Gaming. Don't look at it. Don't look into it. It might be something. But this is going to be for who is our winner of Underdunk, right? This is our 4th round. This is the top 2 teams so far. Both teams undefeated, have not dropped a map. So whoever wins this will be playing against IX Gaming. Maybe we'll see XI NAMAG or NAMAG XI versus
I'm gonna call
IX
him
Gaming.
XI.
That could be pretty interesting.
And H.
Yeah.
Everyone's just gonna have acronyms for their names. What that acronym is, that's up to you.
Yeah. Already getting through the band stage. We have a lot of usual offenders. Blissey, Umbreon, Blastoise for H. And NAMAG, I'm just going to call him XI.
No, I can only call them XI. You have to call them something else. Yeah.
Yeah. That's not fair.
Yeah. You can't call me. All right. You should call me more.
I was going to say, I wish you would call me more, but you call me.
I call you like every day. What are you talking about?
I know. It's always when I'm unsuspecting and not ready to pick up the phone.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got to have Surfetch here for XI Gaming, or XI NAMAG, as well as Ray picking up that Garchomp.
Yeah, we should also put them like, you put the XI before the NAMAG, so it's like XI NAMAG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe.
We have an attack weight on Ray's Garchomp. You typically don't see that. I feel like it's a Pokemon that benefits for a faster auto attack speed. So you have the Rapid Fire Scarf, which I think procs after like 3 auto attacks, or I think 3 targets are hit. I forget like what the actual language is, but Garchomp has been doing, I would say, pretty well over the last, I would say like 2 years, to be honest. It's like a pretty consistent all-rounder. You don't really need to invest so much in stacking, and as I say that, I see an attack weight attached to this particular Garchomp, right?
Yeah.
Suicune, really solid defender, all-rounder choice, what have you, and Buzzwole also seeing just a lot of play tonight too.
Zapdos falling to like the last pick here for H. That's actually kind of wild considering that this Pokemon has been kind of top of the meta. So it's falling down very late in the draft is super interesting to me. We have 3 all-rounders for XI as well as 2 all-rounders for H. See if we round this out with the support core. Mr. Mime, not necessarily your traditional support, more like a little bit of a damage defender maybe. I likely will see this confusion come out from it, but you never know. You might see a psychic guard swap or power swap.
Yeah, a lot of Pokemon with stacking items on XI Nemag, not gaming, Nemag. It's not going to be an attack weight Garchomp anymore, but we got a lot of glasses from their special attackers, and same thing with their Surfetch with the attack weight. Zapdos going in pretty late. I wonder if we may see something. I don't know if it's considered like bug abusing or whatever, what have you. I don't know if it was intentional, but I don't know if you saw it, but you can possibly hold on to Discharge or I think Thunder Shock is the other early game ability. I know Chris Heroes was just like playing around with it. I think that's where everyone saw it, but you can play something weird like Discharge Zap Cannon, I believe.
Yeah.
And honestly, it might be one of those situations where its early game abilities are better than its late game abilities. I think like Pikachu might be another argument with Electro Web versus Thunderbolt, for example. But I mean, he was doing damage with it. It's probably not supposed to be intended that way because it's a Pokemon that has one ability path, but I don't know. Jurassic Park, life finds a way to have two ability paths.
Yeah, I could see that. It'd be pretty fun to watch, honestly. We'll see how it goes here. Game number 1, H versus XI. We are going to see the Zapdos head towards the top path along with this Psyduck, and Discharge out first. We'll see if that stays for the rest of the match.
Danny heading into the central air with their Charmander. Still having pretty high win rate in the Asia Champions League, even though it's been nerfed quite a number of times. Surfetch, or at least Farfetch, heading up to the top path. I think that's going to go over to the Discharge. I mean, it's such a bully in the early game. Even these auto attacks, right? Leaving that sphere of tick damage with that electricity. It's such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. 11 Aeos energy in that pocket. I'm assuming a lot of the wild contested Pokemon going over to the legendary bird.
Legendary bird, yeah, former raid boss in this game. Surfetch somehow able to scoot that 13 in, likely gonna pay for it. Zapdos gets that KO, and Danny comes to the top path. Haunter as well for XI, and they are looking for early KOs.
Yeah, they're taking a look at the central area. Natu's, I don't know if they're going to be able to take this and then go back up to the top path in time before this Zapdos takes it off of the field. Here they go, starting up to the top path. And as soon as the abilities come off, take a look at that. All the Swablu Altars are already taken off, and Haunter not able to get any of them.
Not at all. Thanks for the raid, Mike. Hopefully your stream went well. Congrats on the win last set. That was super fun to watch. Haunter looking for an invade here against this Charmeleon. That's Danny. Going to pay a little bit of exception to that. Cooldowns reset, and Haunter gets the KO.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's to be expected in this early game. Speedster heading into the central area with a struggling middle game like Charmeleon, for example. They're going to take all of the wild Pokemon. They got to be very careful, though. Can they get the reset off? They do. And they're going to escape on 1 HP back to the right side of the field, but also taking all that experience and all of that wild Pokemon in tow.
And yeah, 17-0. So not a whole lot of points in so far. It's going to be Psyduck along with Zapdos still grabbing a little bit of vision here while Charmeleon lags a little bit behind. Surfetch just mostly grabbing a lot of the experience that they can in his middle area. Regidrago getting absolutely shredded by XI.
It's going to be a Hex Gengar, most likely a Sludge Bomb Hex. Hopefully they selected the right abilities. But taking a look at on H's lineup here, they have a couple of things to at least dissuade this Haunter from engaging. You, of course, have that Mamoswine later on in the game, potentially with Ice Fang. You have getting picked up by the Charizard's Unite move. Zapdos, of course, has those point-and-click abilities, Buzzwole, all those crowd-controlling abilities. So they have the tools to stop something like a Gengar. You just got to make sure they're kind of acting together, because Haunter can run over teams if you don't give it its respect that it deserves.
17-0 right now still, and now the basement objective is a Regieleki, and it's starting to get taken here by Age, but XI is starting to position. Good play there from Piloswine. Nice. Oh, they're able to kidnap the Gabite and take them back to the Pokemon Center. Haunter caught between a rock and a hard place. The Ice Fang lands once again. F86 is going in sicko mode on this Piloswine.
Yeah, this is going to be tough now. The Haunter getting KO'd. They're getting a lot of comeback experience over to H, and this Regieleki should push on in. Mr. Ram going to try to stop it here, and here comes the Suicune as well. Unfortunately, Regieleki crashes into the Tier 1 goal zone. Got plenty of points, 30 points going in, and they're going to hold on to this goal zone for another maybe 15 seconds if they want to. Maybe get some stacks in for this Buzzwole. Yeah, that's what exactly they're going to do here. Wait all the way until it gets to 0, and then break it with that 30.
I love that play. And also, they're going to keep points in Zapdos's pocket for a potential push on a different goal zone once it gets a Unite move. 6 minutes on the clock, and Reg Ice finally starts getting hit here from XI, and they're going to pull immediately some damage onto it. And Gengar, with the Hex, going to be able to take that immediately off the field.
Taking a look at the tier 1 goal zone, fortunately Surfetch taking a lot of damage from this Zap Cannon Zapdos, quite literally. It's pretty strategic in the bottom path. They don't decide to break it, but they're looking for a siege this time on the tier 1 goal zone in the top path.
Oh, good play there from the Garchomp, able to dragon combo. Zapdos the only one that falls, and Gabite goes down there. Phantom Ambush from Gengar, gonna get picked up from the Buzzwole and almost gets the KO, but almost does not count here. Psyduck does fall for H, and XI able to get a little bit of a consolation prize, but they might lose this Surfetch here, met by immediate Night move from Charizard Y. Surfetch able to avoid a little bit of damage, but eventually goes down at the hands of the Zapdos.
Yeah, pretty aggressive Unite move there from the Charizard. It was only just the Surfetch. They had to fly all the way over to the right side to meet a full HP Gengar and a Suicune. And you can see there their Mega Evolution starts to dim as they return back to the ground of Thea Sky Ruin. 77-62, another close game in Unite terms as we head into the halfway point of the game.
And 77-62, Mr. Mime going to get met by 3 members, going to blend them. Oh, and into the showtime, they're going to try to stun out the Pokemon trying to advance towards this Regieleki. Eventually, Garchomp does secure that for XI, and they're going to move towards this T1 goal zone. Surfetch Zapdos fighting in the top path. Nice little Psychic there onto the Garchomp. Forces the Unite move onto them. They're going into the back line. Psyduck down. Zapdos likely going to follow, but Gengar gets met by the Mamoswine. 2 members down as Regieleki walks in. Mr. Mime able to score some, and XI able to close out T1.
Yeah, it's going to give them the lead as well. Surfetch continuing to get more stacks of their attack weight in the top path. Suicune getting picked up by that Ice Fang. That Ice Fang is pretty devastating, right? If they are able to grab something like a Gengar, can they get them right here? Comes the Earthquake Unite move from the Charizard. Immediately gets sent back to the Pokemon Center. Same thing with the Garchomp, getting burnt down to cinders. The scam has been calling me all day, and it's most likely trying to sell me a car.
Or sell you a warranty, or what's the other one that's been lately? They want to buy like
insurance.
Yeah,
sell me insurance.
There's always a scam to be had. Regidrago though, not a scam. Charizard is going to be able to take that off the field. There's a little bit of scoring buff for them for the time being, but Psyduck playing a little bit too far forward, going to get met by 3 members of XI, who are now going to pivot towards this Reggie Rock. Mamoswine grabbing some vision, seeing that is going to get ripped in. They have no shot to steal. Gengar takes the Reggie.
Peel back over to the center part of the map and maybe looking for a siege once again. They're kind of testing the waters of their defense right now. Almost all players are kind of dispersing from this top path as we see both the Charizard and the Buzzwole head down to take position for the final Reggie of the game.
Gengar gets picked up here. Or, sorry, that was Surfetch gets picked up from the Mamoswine. Lunging Leak Blast. Gonna just be there to avoid some of the damage that might be a little bit late. Garchomp Dragon combo into Mr. Mime Wall. Confusion damages them heavily. 2 Pokemon go down, and now they're lining up a big overcap in the T1. Zapdos unable to defend. 47 points over here for XI.
Yeah, not a huge fan of that Unite move out of the Surfetch. It's a pretty long Unite move timer. They will need to hyper farm some of the wild Pokemon in their central area. But of course, they do have the lead. It's more than a 1-score game in double time. A 100 score on the tier 1 in the top path will give them to 217 to 222. Not the lead they need, but it's not too far for our H team.
And they're going to grab some positioning is H. Gengar going to hit the Buzzwole with a Sludge Bomb, so they're going to vacate that premises. They do not want to go down here. Another Sludge Bomb into the L Bush, and no one to be found here. Zapdos also playing pretty far forward. Pyro also looking for some information. Kyogre's still at full HP.
Surfetch has their Unite move available to them now. Enough time has elapsed here. Looks like the Garchomp is all on their lonesome, not able to use their Unite move. That's going to be huge for H as they continue on the engage.
And they're going to try to retreat now. XI and Charizard looking for an engage as well. Kyogre now at half. 2 members down for XI. Frozen Solid. Good Suicune play, and they're going to get 2 the other way. Make it 3. Mr. Mime takes out the Duck. The Surfetch is joining the fray, but gets met by the Mamoswine. Mr. Mime still standing. Kyogre now at 1/4 HP. Suicune still trying to chip away. Here comes Garchomp to the rescue. Dragon Combo is going to zone out everybody. Mamoswine looking to try to steal this away. Lining up an Earthquake. Here it goes. Going to look to go in, but Mr. Mime gets it with the confusion.
Definitely wasn't confused with that play. They will need to get some scores. And actually, no, they do have the lead here. So I think this is pretty set in stone for XI to take this win. Maybe if they can get an early KO here and score in the tier 1. But again, it's more than a 1-score game at this point of the game. 30 seconds remaining. All they need to do is hold on to their lead, hold on to their shield, maybe pressure this tier 2, and it should be a win for XI.
Going to try for it. Psyduck is poking some of these tall grass areas, misses the mark, no one to be home, and now 2 Pokemon respond on this T2 goal zone. Here comes Charizard with the Unite move. That's going to try to find a KO, but Mamoswine the only one to fall here. XI going to score some points, get some insurance, and take game number 1 of our round 4.
Yeah, it was a very, very scary situation for XI, right? They lost their Garchomp early. They also lost their Gengar as the second Pokemon to go down in the final stretch fight. Suicune, I think you called it out, had a huge Infinite Ice Spikes Unite move, and I think KO'd 2 Pokemon on the side of H. And with 3 players up on the side of H, or 2 or 3 players up, unfortunately, the Pokemon that were up could not take the objective for themselves. It allowed the Garchomp to get back into the fray. It had their Unite move, a really nice eject play to KO the Zapdos, and then the rest was history.
Rest was history. Yeah, so XI 1 win away from facing IX in our best of 1 show match at the end of the evening. So looking pretty good here. F8D6, honestly, they played so well on that Mamoswine. If I'm taking a single MVP from H, you got to give it to the Mamoswine. You talked about it earlier in the day and how good Mamoswine is. Holy, they were hitting some Ice Fangs that game.
You know how the developers tend to like shadow buff certain abilities without like telling the community what it is. I feel like every time I see Mamoswine's Ice Fang like hit a Pokemon that I feel like it's like out of the range of that ability, it always surprises me every time. It's like those Fangs are definitely not reaching as far as that Pokemon seems to be. It's either like the hitbox of certain Pokemon are larger than you think, or the hurtbox of Ice Fang is a lot larger, and I feel like it's the latter.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple Pokemon that are like that. I definitely feel like Inteleon, to some extent, the Snipe Shot does feel that way. Miraidon, a notable offender, too. I feel like Charge Beam reaches just a little bit farther than what shows on the screen. I feel like we're talking about IX Gaming, I feel like Duraludon on the Flash Cannon ability also feels like it reaches just a little bit outside of that circle.
Yeah, I think as long as like those circular radius abilities, I feel like as long as like the ability is shot off at the time the target is still within the circle, the target can still leave the circle, but the ability will still track until like the distance of that. So like same thing with Glaceon, for example, like you're out of the range of the point and click of Icicle Spear, but the spheres will travel literally the distance of the field. Yeah, there's someone
bad, man.
Kind of questionable.
Feels bad. Yeah, that's like one of the moves, like when it's really good, I'm just like, I hate going up against Icicle Spear Glaceon. Just the bane of my existence. And talking about Pokemon that were broken around the same time, Mr. Mime was also pretty broken around the same time Icicle Spear Glaceon was a few years back, and we're starting to see Mr. Mime start to enter the meta. Maybe not like so heavily, but every time I see it get played, I'm very fascinated why it doesn't get played more, because I feel like this Pokemon is super fun to watch, especially with the addition of Vanguard Bell. I think that additional healing allows it to be played in the way that it's intended to be designed.
I think you're just biased because you like Mr. Mime.
I do like Mr. Mime. He's so fun.
Yeah.
He's kind of creepy. Have you seen, this is a pivot, Have you seen in Pokopia, people are building jails for Mr. Mime? Just putting him in jail.
I have seen that. I think I saw also another video of them like pushing Mime Jr. like into lava.
I've seen that. I've seen someone
It's
bury
just a
Mr.
boy.
Mime. Like put it like break the ground and then like bury him and put a grave over him. There's some
Dude,
like
I mean, like
there's some mean things. People are mean to Mr. Mime.
Mr. Mime, like you and Husky were talking about earlier, he's just a guy, man.
He's
just a
a
silly
guy.
dude.
He's literally
Just a silly
a
guy.
clown. He's literally
Yeah,
just a clown.
he's literally a silly guy. I think that might be in his Pokédex entry.
I missed the cue that we were going to draft, but we are in draft.
Oh,
I got
in draft.
I got yapping about Mr. Mime and I forgot to look at my other screen that
Yeah,
we were in
it's fine.
draft.
Nah, classic.
But we
Classic
are
Kyle.
fire production once again. Fire production, please.
Yeah. Greedent coming out to play. Highly doubt it coming out of that Sen. He plays a lot of auto attackers. They went ahead and banned out that Greninja. I think Greninja is probably the best auto attacker in the game right now. I think some arguments can be made for Dragapult, but I think in terms of consistency, Greninja is able to get those resets off of Surf, and that's really powerful. Its boosted auto is really powerful as well. They're going to respond with the Decidueye as the 10th and gutter pick. It's going to be a shootout at range.
Okay, this probably makes you pretty happy. You get to see the Decidueye, you get to see the Surfetched. I think this is pretty
All
fun.
the birds.
All the birds.
Really
You got 3 birds on the right side. You have 1 bird on the left side. Oh, I mean, who's really going to win here?
Honestly, like for the last 2 years, people have been talking about like certain meta games, like all rounders being really good, defenders really. Dude, it is the bird meta. It's been the bird meta for like 2
Always
years.
bird meta. It's always
Like,
it always has been.
Especially now, right? I mean, like we have the 3 legendary birds. Articuno's coming out. It's probably going to be super broken. Latios really strong.
Those are birds.
Basically birds. I mean, they fly. Planes. Superman. I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, birds.
Planes, trains,
really
and
powerful.
automobiles.
Yeah.
We do get F8 D6 on this Trevenant. This is a really fun pick that I love watching them play. There's like a few Trevenant players that often play an Underdog. F8 D6 definitely one of them. IMAX, another one that we got to see earlier today, which is super fun. So I'm excited to see this one out, see if H can level up here in game number 2 and try to even this series up.
In terms
Who's
of
the third
like,
bird? Charizard's a bird. It flies.
Charizard's a bird. Yeah, look
The
at
duck's
it.
a bird. The Decidueye's a bird.
Yeah. And Suicune, there are some like there aren't there like some pictures of Suicune like running on air? Suicune's a bird.
Suicune's a bird?
Yeah.
Sure.
Anything.
I
that
thought it was a
flies.
dog.
I mean, no. Suicune has tailwind, so therefore is
Oh,
bird.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
Buzzwole
He
has
uses-
wings, so it's a bird.
Yeah. I mean, look at it. Look at those wings. It has more than 2 wings. It has
It
like
has 4.
wait,
It
what
has
is it?
4 wings. That
wings,
means
dude.
double bird.
It's like
a
2
double
birds.
bird.
Double
It's
bird.
It's
Yeah.
2. It's 2 birds. So like technically, who's winning here? You have 3 birds on the side of H because
Yeah.
Buzzwole counts for 2 birds.
Yeah, and Psyduck is a bird itself, but it has
Yeah.
a cape too, so it makes it
Yeah.
also a double bird.
That's true.
Yeah.
I checked the math. It checks out.
Yeah.
Cage pops here from Deloan. Doesn't really push anybody away, but it does keep XI from pushing in. You do have Dad's Danny coming up towards the top path. Going to apply that red buff onto the Surfetch, but Gravy able to maybe slow that push.
Yeah. Anyway, let's talk about like the
Birds.
team composition. Yeah, we'll keep talking about birds. The team composition is, I mean, they're relying heavily on the Cinderace to really carry their team, right? I'm really kind of frightened for if it gets locked down by the Charizard, for example. That single target Unite move can be pretty devastating. Surfetch is going to get that level 5, and I believe it is playing Leaf Blade. I don't think I've seen any Fury Cutter today.
I don't think so either. Headache gauge still up on the Psyduck, but they're just grabbing some vision in that tall grass, making sure XI cannot advance further. Buzzwole is looking for that secure. We do have this Alchemy pocket with the Surfetch. I love this Alchemy. I wish that we would see more Alchemy. I think this Pokemon has been pretty busted for a while, and we're just now starting to see more teams play it. So we see a little bit of our 2v2. Nice little headache gauge does keep the KO from happening.
Do you know why people don't play it?
Why?
Not a bird.
You know? It's true.
Not a bird.
Yeah, it's
Pretty
just
sure
cake.
it's not a bird.
It's
Just
just
a cake.
Yeah.
Unless you like make a bird-shaped cake, then it becomes a bird, but
Yeah.
it is definitely not a bird-shaped cake.
Drago in the central area. Charizard, Y, now in the mix. Finally eluded. Gonna hit a Fire Blast onto Cinderace, repositioned with the Blaze Kick, but XI is gonna try to continuously stay safe. Good plays there from Suicune to freeze up and keep that Charizard upright.
You say evoluted? That's a word.
Evoluded, yeah.
Yeah, that's a verb. Definitely a verb. Still waiting on level 7 on this Decidueye. It really struggles between level 1 and level 6. I mean, it has an okay last hitting ability in Leafage, but until it gets level 7, it can't really contest the Buzzwole or really anything in the mid to short range here. Buzzwole gets run over by the Surfetch, pushing on forward, grabs a dollop. 30 points, pretty heavy pockets here. Unfortunately, Psyduck can only target 1, 30 points going in. They're probably going to trade here as the Psyduck continues to try to pressure, or at least defend this tier 1 gold zone. Surfetch going to peel off to the right side, grab those Natus before potentially re-engaging again.
Also steal there from Charizard with that last little hit of the Fire Blast onto that wild Pokemon. Now, Regieleki in this top path is going to be the raid boss of choice that XI is going to go for. Psyduck going to look for a steal, almost gets it. Doesn't quite get it, though, as that's going to walk towards T1, and they're going to line up a pretty big overcap here.
Yeah, timing looked pretty good on Psyduck's Bubble Beam there. Looks like Cinderace is going to grab the Reggie Ice, melts that down. Here comes the Decidueye, suddenly level 8. Actually gained a lot of experience, maybe going into the central area. 29 points going in, stays put so it doesn't get procced by the Shackle's tether onto the ground. It looks like there is a Unite move on the field. I can see the Mega Charizard's icon there. There's a KO Streak of 2 for XI as they continue to push on forward.
Inteleon kind of on the wrong side of the map there. Charizard Y still pressing forward onto this T1. Buzzwole looking to counter them. Grabs an Indeedee instead of the Charizard. Buzzwole gets met by a Shadow Sneak. No Spirit Shackle yet. XI avoids getting KO'd, and they also avoid H from trying to push towards them.
Yeah, still halfway through the game here, almost a 100-point lead. Nice KO there by the Inteleon. Pretty high scaling team, right, between the two auto attackers, the Inteleon and that Cinderace. Nice sweet scent to disperse that scoring on the Buzzwole. Oh my god, puts up the cake, immediately gets torched by the Buzzwole. It gets a KO onto the Charizard as well. Is that Inteleon? But going in deep here, gotta be very careful if you're H as they continue to push on forward. They lose 2 members, potentially a 3rd member here, but they will need to disperse as they make their way over to the left side.
Perfect eject button from the Surfetch. I believe also a really good detect there to avoid some of the crowd control, a little bit of the damage from H. And now they're going to push onto this wild Pokemon that is a little bit contested. Decidueye, level 10, nearing level 11. They already have level 11 on this Charizard. So XI, despite losing a little bit, they have found a lot of value from their scalers.
Nice steal there from the Decidueye. One of the things that I feel like a lot of players who like to play Decidueye, they forget that you can also contest these wild Pokemon that's just in the middle. You know, a lot of people will see them just stealing, going for steals on objectives. 2v1 here and gets it as well. Really nice detect. And I think some of those critically hitting swipes there from that leak will get the KO streak of 2. But Registeel in the bottom path has appeared. Decidueye still at full HP. 1 Unite move available, and the Mega Stone is lighting hot.
Oh, and they just get it off. But unfortunately, it might have been a little bit too late. Registeel getting chipped down, lining up a snipe shot, blocked by the Suicune, but it doesn't matter. The tree's gonna fall on it. It's gonna chop that ice down, or sorry, that steel down. Decidueye running away, but you cannot run away from Dad's Danny. That's a triple KO for him. 172 to 85. H does get some value on the back end.
Yeah, they are able to break the tier 2 as well. So this Regieleki is going all the way to the home base of H if they're able to take this. This will be the final Regieleki of the game. It takes 2 minutes for it to respawn back onto the field and a little bit of time to just take it off of the field. So a huge fight here to break out the 3-minute mark, and the cake going up once again. This is the last time to use their Unite moves, and H finding an early lead. Level 12 on that Cinderace.
Might have been a little bit late for the cake. Bakery is closed. Buzzwall going to take off that Regieleki, and that's going to walk towards T1. XI will either choose to let it walk, and that is exactly what they do. Maybe didn't choose to, but it did regardless. Points going to go on in. They're going to line up a big overcap. 161, 243, going to be a 46, and that's going to bring them within 100.
Yeah, I think both you and I had the same reactions. Like, okay, it just didn't detect the Charizard standing there.
Yeah.
It just walked right on it. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what was that, but either way, it does give them some time to take the wild Pokemon that they now have off of the field. They broke that tier 1 goal zone. They do have those Indeedys in the top path, and so we'll give a lot of EXP to some Pokemon that really need it, right? Take a look at those levels on the right side of the field. Only one level 13. Decidueye just now ticking into level 12, and of course they will need that Unite move back for the Alchemy too.
211, 244, 20 seconds. And teams are just making sure they have their Unite moves online. Only one missing for XI is going to be this Alchemy right now.
Yeah, not a huge fan of the level discrepancies right now. Level 12 on the Decidueye, kind of more of a supportive tool right now, poking them with those arrows. Take a look at the positioning. A lot more tall grass in a Kyogre map. Oh, take a look at this engagement here. Immediately, Charizard gets smited off the field.
Huge KO there, as well as the Suicune. So 2 members down immediately. Decidueye forced to eject away from the Buzzwall. Buzzwall gonna go in on them. Surfetch gets the Inteleon on the backside. That's Danny looking for the KO there. Good Hornleech combo from F86. Cake is up, but the Bakery still running. Kyogre now less than half HP. XI Gaming. Somehow Decidueye was able to still get away. Lining up a Spear Shackle. Do we got it? It's a little
he
early.
gets it!
H is able to steal it. Buzzwall gets it.
Unfortunately, too early on the Spirit Shackle for the Decidueye, but they get a KO here. I think Psyduck and this Inteleon, the only Pokemon having their shields available to them as they make the siege onto the tier 1 goal zone. Fortunately, Snipe Shot missing wide between 2 Pokemon, and here's a huge overcap. They're going to body block those Snipe Shots so that Surfetch can get that 100 score in, and it will give them the lead, Kyle. 390 to 11, 1 minute remaining.
1 minute remaining to get across the map and score more than 100 points. So they're going to need 2 full pockets of scores here. Maybe a little bit more, depending if XI wants to go across the map as well and counter. 47 points from the Psyduck, and they're going to start moving. They do have that buff still. We'll see if the healing is going to be nice here. Snipe Shot's going to be a little bit short as H starts to go for this T2. There's still 30 seconds.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's only DeLeon on the Psyduck that has that shield available to them. Both Unite moves from the auto attackers in. Buzzwell going in deep. Finds the ability onto the Decidueye. Will take them out as well. Makes a whole lot of room for the team. Now it's a scoring race. Going to the tier 3. Backside Surfetch will score another 100 points in. Coming back through the main side is that Surfetch again. Do they have enough points to even get this in? Here comes the Unite move. It is the Nova Blast. Enough. 42 points. And we're going to need to go to the scores table. Kyle, another 20. Kyle, I have no idea who's going to win this one, but with that 100, that might give them the lead.
I think H might have pulled it off. It's going to be very close. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. But XI Gaming might have done it. No!
Oh
H
my
does
goodness!
Come out ahead. 535, 490 going to be your final. We're going to go to a game 3.
My God, Faith had such a wonderful end game, right? We got the engage onto the Charizard. They got the steal onto the Kyogre. Of course, a lot of those shielding and the Kyogre buff going over to XI, whoever was still around at that point in time. But able to get a score in from the Psyduck, but I think all of the MVP highlights should go over to Faith. They got a huge engage onto the tier 2 as well for that final push. They were able to KO the Decidueye, followed by another Pokemon, and just make some room for the team to continue, break the tier 2, and continue scoring on the tier 3.
It was so key as well. You said it. Just blocking a lot of the knock Unite move from that T2 goal zone because they needed to, right? Because the first part of knock does not pierce through an opponent. So being able to body block those kind of cleared a path for H to go ahead and score some of their points on T2, which inevitably was needed because of that back cap, that 100 points that went in from that Surfetch.
Yeah, massive game for H. It's going to force a game 3, and we have at least 2 more games of this evening's Underdunk 76.
Wow. Yeah. What a match.
At most 2 games, actually.
Yeah, at most 2. Well, exactly.
That's hard. Exactly 2.
Exactly 2. So we have, this is going to be our last round. This is our last round of Swiss. Winner of this game will, we'll have to double check on the rankings, but I believe since both teams are the only undefeated teams, will face IX Gaming in our show match. So I'm super excited to see this one. This is going to be really great. This is going to be so fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know any sort of adjustments here. I mean, I think Buzzball has consistently been a really strong Pokemon. I think very similar to Pokemon like Mamoswine. If you're able to get that combo off onto a Pokemon, they can't play the game, right? And it's not the easiest thing to do. There's a couple of really cool techs that Buzzwole can do. That we saw one in full display around the 2-minute mark. That's how they were able to KO the Charizard. There's a way that you can position your Smackdown plus your eject button to actually pull them towards you instead of charging away from your team, I guess. So they're able to pull that Charizard, use superpower to continue to pull them over to the left side of the field, and the rest of the team kind of cleaned up that Charizard before they were even able to use their Unite move. So if they do get that, Buzzwole again continue to look at Faith for continue making those eject plays because they're so impactful.
It's super fun to watch. Just some clutch moments from Faith, like you said. Getting the Kyogre. Obviously, they needed the Kyogre. Obviously, it almost didn't work out for them, but they needed that. Otherwise, XI, I keep saying IX, XI would have been able to have more of those buffs in tow, and likely would have been able to score a lot more points on the front end of that scoring before that counter push from H. So amazing stuff. Super fun to watch.
Yeah, I don't know what the properties are of Buzzwole's superpower on objectives. I know you get the damage from like the slam, right? So you hug and then you slam. Whereas like Leech Life, you get all the damage with like the hugging part of the animation. Does superpowers like hug portion do damage? I don't know if it does. That's what it kind of looked like. It didn't look like it was like the slam part of it. That's why I was like, oh my god, the hug got it, because I thought it was Leech Life for a second, but it was, of course, superpower. So maybe it does damage, maybe it doesn't. But whatever it was enough to get the seal. Unfortunately, Decidueye just couldn't get the confirmation, just a little bit shy of the secure on the objective.
Loving it. As we go into our ban phase of game number 3. H gonna stay on the same side. We are gonna stay on Kyogre as well. XI Gaming gonna have options here of what they'd like to ban. I think third Greninja ban likely to make sure Dad's Danny doesn't get on top of that Pokemon.
Yeah. Is there gonna be a Buzzwole ban for XI's lineup? I wouldn't doubt it. Buzzwole was the MVP of that last game for H, like hands down.
Yeah, it was. I mean, you kind of have to give it. It was so good.
Yeah. I can't imagine it would be a first pick option here. Surfetch is still really strong. I don't think Buzzwole's still really good. I don't think it's a first pick option just yet. Maybe in the second round of your lineup, I start with Psyduck, one of the best supporters in the game, and I like there to be like Surfetch plus maybe a defender here. Surfetch Snorlax could be really good. Surfetch plus something. But they're going to start their lineup with some really powerful attacker picks, or I guess attack damage dealing picks, in the Mega Charizard Y and the Surfetch. But there's that Buzzwole once again.
There it is. I figured that we'd go for it again. Yeah, Charizard Y and Surfetch, 2 very power picks here early on for XI. But I think H, you got to be pretty happy because you do get that Psyduck. You'll likely be able to pick up another defender to, kind of maybe slow down this Charizard Y. XI does grab this Snorlax, which has been kind of a comfort pick for a lot of defender players.
That setting will have the gutter pick of their team. Cinderace still available. Of course, Greninja is banned out already. Here's an adaptation already with Espeon coming out to play for XI. A couple of interesting things for Buzzwole, at least for this held item set that it has here. It has that muscle band to increase its beast boost gauge a little faster. So you can increase that gauge with a couple of different things. One of them is just auto attacking. The other is using your secondary ability. That's either lunge and or smackdown. Then you kind of dump all of that damage by using superpower or leech life, depending on which way you go. Last gutter pick here for XI, looking at Comfey as a possible option here. Hopefully that's not a bot. And Bunny's an actual player for this one.
Yeah, hopefully no Comfey bots here for XI. Although, I mean, Comfey should be pretty interesting on the Surfetch, I think. You know, when you have that pocket Pokemon to go with that hyper carry, it could be very dangerous, especially if you get off to a quick lead. But yeah, H kind of running it back, right? I mean, you kind of have a very similar, if not the same composition. I can't remember if we had Psyduck. Yeah, this is the exact same comp for H.
Mm-hmm. Did they have this Trevenant before as well?
Yeah,
I can't recall.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I was too. I mean, I knew they had that core of attackers between those three, and I think Psyduck had the Kyogre at the end. But it's a really solid composition, right? They have a really good front line, really good disbursement. They of course have to deal with this Buzzwole, but with all of that really strong front line, Pokemon like Cinderace and Inteleon love that presence in front of them. Right, it just allows that's Danny to get those Blaze procs off, or at least Blaze marks, and then procking the Blaze proc. Right. I guess Pokemon to watch here, of course, is going to be that Mega Charizard X once they get online with their Unite move, and then Surfetch if they can get to the back line. They have a lot of tools to get back there as well. They have Detect, they have their Unite move. They also have the second ability of Leaf Blade too, that's critically hitting. It does a lot of damage. I think this exact Surfetch was able to win a 2v1 against a Buzzwole and a Cinderace. So this is going to be a fun one. Final game of round 4. Winner of this will face the real IX Gaming.
The real IX Gaming. It's going to be Inteleon, currently a Sobble, as well as the Phantom down on the bottom side. Going to go up against that Espeon Snorlax, so a classic core down there. Surfetch, Comfey top, and Buzzwole Psyduck there. Good stuns, but XI coming out ahead there.
Yeah, once again, the second hit of Dual Wing Beat is really, really strong. It's funny that it's called Dual Wing Beat because it's using a leak, a giant onion to last hit wild Pokemon. I think it's one of the best last hitting abilities in the game right now, to be honest.
Definitely up there. Psyduck going to stun away this Comfey, keep them from stealing any wild Pokemon. It's going to be 3v3 as Farfetch going to get caught here. Nice little headache gauge pops. Buzzwole able to take down the Farfetch. Comfey unable to attach. And Charmeleon just left standing there and unable to really get anything done was IX or XI.
Yeah. Not a huge fan of that Farfetch going in deep for that Baltoy and potentially scoring. This is the exact same play that H ran in the last game. Just send everything up to the top path to help their Buzzwole get to level 5, and then that would allow their Buzzwole to start taking over the game once they at least have superpower available to them. But no KOs going either which way. Still level 4 on the Farfetch and now level 5 on the Buzzwole.
Yeah, finally get evolved here.
There
so Surfetch has joined 8:30. So we still have a little bit of time before our first Regidrago of the game. Both teams just hovering around, trying not to give away too much positioning information.
Mm-hmm. Bottom side of the map, level 5s on our attacker. Same thing with the Drizzile. It's going to be a Sweet Kiss Comfey this time. It's going to be interesting. I think that's really to help with taking down this Buzzwole, possibly. It's a Pokemon that's really tough for them to deal with, but without any active healing on their side, I don't know if that's the best choice for them. You can get more Pokemon in the center of like a Charizard Unite move underneath that Harsh Sunlight, but not sure what this Sweet Kiss Comfey is going to do. Maybe, who knows, it's an accidental pick because you can't pick your abilities now in this game.
That is certainly a possibility. It has happened before. I've heard about it happening. It happened.
Yeah, it's definitely not happened to any of the casters in a previous session.
Yeah, 3 members now looking to push towards this Cinderace. You have a score buff on this Espeon, but you're going to get met by the Psyduck. A little bit of damage falling onto this Buzzwole, who's going to have to retreat back to their side of the field. Drizzile also almost going down. Eject play from the Snorlax. Buzzwole dangerously low, going to have to grab a Citrus Berry, and Charizard, level 8, does not have its Unite move just yet.
Yeah, no Unite moves on the field. I think the closest is going to be that Charizard sitting at, looks like 8 1/2. No, 8 1/4 possibly. But they're going to very quickly 40%. Take this Regieleki down. FAD8 may try to go for a steal here. Bubble Beam just a little shy. Still 80 points on this goal zone, so a lot of points going in as this Regieleki crashes. Let's go ahead and do some quick maths here. I think they're going to allow these Surfetch to quickly stack up that attack way, and there's a lot of beats to do so.
A lot of Eos energy to gather before breaking it and depriving a little bit of experience from H. Block from Snorlax, not going to interrupt some of these scores from going on in. Almost hitting a Hornleech combo, but Ray able to skirt that one. Cinderace able to take that Regice off the field. Maybe none the wiser of XI as they're now looking to push this T1. Cinderace playing very far forward. Looking for them is this Espeon. Nice little combo there. Buzzwole goes down. Snorlax takes them, but a snipe shot takes out the Charizard Y.
Man, look at that range there from the snipe shot Inteleon. It's also kind of it's weird. It's weird like positioning, right? Because the Charizard is like elevated above Theosky Ruins, and sometimes your snipe shots or at least ranged abilities like that miss Pokemon that are in that elevated position. So really nice confirmation there on the knockout with the snipe shot Inteleon. They're going to continue pushing on the tier 1 goal zone. They may lose their Trevenant here. Both the focus band and the passive ability has been procced. Really nice Psyshock to get the confirmation to KO. And here comes XI. They have the Sweet Kiss Comfey on the Snorlax. Will pull the Psyduck over to the right side of the field. Focus band has been procced and the Buzzwole is down here too.
Almost got the Psyduck, but unfortunately for XI, unable to get it, but they're getting value on the top side. 27 points in from Sirfetch'd up there. Charizard, no Unite move just yet, but has joined this fight down in the bottom path. All 5 members of H here, and XI is still holding strong on this T1.
Become a tale of two cities in this bottom path. Buzzwole continues to go down to the bottom lane as well, and Sirfetch'd has now had 2 full rotations of the Indeedys on the left side of the field. They're not going to take that middle one. They're most likely going to take that objective on their own. H will get vision that something is working on the objective up there, and they're going to start to push on forward now.
Nice little Hornleech there from Trevenant, and now we have all the Unite moves flying. Charizard takes to the sky and looking for a KO there. Espeon's able to take down the tree, chop them down to size. Cinderace now holding their A button. They get the Charizard, but Espeon gets a 2. Another Psyshock combo is going to hit the mark. That's a 3-piece combo. Here comes Sirfetch'd, and they're able to take down Cinder.
Yeah, really nice cleanup there, and as soon as the Sirfetch'd comes down, perfect timing as the Regice has spawned onto the battlefield. They don't really have a position to take this off the field. That is H. They're going to maybe throw in some abilities and maybe get something going. Unfortunately, Psyshock from the Espeon, too good as it's always been. 4 minutes remaining in the game, 57 to 141 on the side of Nimag XI. I had a tough time saying that one.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah, not great.
Regidrago about to spawn in here, and H not really in position. Oh, getting caught out of position was Danny. Cinderace getting absolutely obliterated by this Sirfetch'd combination with the Comfey. 3 members now of H trying to hold this T1. Heavy Slam not going to connect on the tree, but the Sweet Kiss is going to connect on the Psyduck, and a nice little snipe shot, but avoided with the Detect.
Yeah, nice Comfey play there to maybe take a snipe shot for the team. They're going to pull a lot of people to the Sirfetch'd. Take a look at that with the Unite move. Pulls them over this tier 1 goal zone. Immediately gets smited off the field and a nice 50-point overcap. Not an overcap, but a 50-point score in for the Sirfetch'd. Will bring them almost a 2-score lead 1 minute before the final stretch. And they're starting to take over this game. Level 12s on all of the attackers on the side of XI Namag. Jesus. Such a hard name to say. But anyway, Ray is also having a game for themselves as well. Like, look at this player to jump immediately onto Danny, potentially even using an eject button to close that gap, and then blocking them towards the right side of the field. It's happened in that last engagement, and that's how XI was able to get the upper hand in that engagement.
You got to watch out for these combination plays from XI. They have great communication. 20 seconds until a basement, Reggie. They may have time, but instead, I think XI really just going to fight for position here.
Yeah, 30 seconds remaining. So about a 1-score lead for XI. Level 13s on the Pokemon that need to be. Also level 13 on Danny as well. So you'll get faster auto attack speed, more critically hitting. And most importantly, both of those plus abilities available to them. Taking a look at Ray, look at this positioning here. They're going to take a look in this tall grass. I don't know if they know that most of the enemy team is on the tall grass on the other side of the wall, Kyle.
Snipe Shot's going to connect on that Charizard Y, so they're going to have to retreat back to their own side of the map. Still some fights getting fought in the central area. Another Snipe Shot connects on that Espeon. Kyogre still has not been hit, though.
Yeah, Charizard waiting on the bottom side of the map, pretty far away from the rest of the team. I think, just able to narrowly miss away from that snipe shot from the Inteleon. But these snipe shots are definitely hitting. Here comes the Snorlax taking a look. potentially going for an engage, and the Surfetch still waiting patiently.
They're very patient, still full HP bars from XI now. Snipe shot connects on the Kyogre. Ray has vision on multiple members of H. Waiting for some follow-up damage from XI. Another snipe shot this time misses the Snorlax. Here's the engage on the top side. Lunging Leak, Nova Blast into the Espeon. And Buzzwole goes down. Psyduck gonna get caught by the Unite move from Espeon. Another Shy Shot combination. And they're gonna go down. That's 3 members down for H. Make it 4. Cinderace down. It's just the Inteleon. And this is a great play for XI. And they're just gonna go for scores.
Yeah, they're going to go for scores. They're going to make it the onus of H to make the next move here, but their Cinderace is down for basically another quarter of the game. I don't think they have enough pressure on the central area objective, and definitely not enough pressure to score on the tier 1 goals. So take a look at Ray continuing to bully this Inteleon, forcing them to use that Fell Stinger. Oh my goodness. An auto attack. Oh, so frustrating. That's it. And will join the fray once again. But everyone on the side of XI, just full HP. They're going to try to make their way into the central area. They make their way in, but here comes the Charizard, and immediately Seismic Slam up into the sky, and the Drought is on the field.
We're going to look for a secure here, but a lot of low HP bars. Should be easy pickings here for XI.
Is that Psyduck?
Wait, what?
Psyduck!
It doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't matter, but
yeah.
What a play from Psyduck. That's crazy, dude.
Doesn't matter. Nice steal there from the Psyduck player on XI, but H will close that one out with the Surfetch making a huge play in the final stretch, getting that Sweet Kiss off, pulling them towards the Surfetch, and then immediately into the Leak Nova Blast Unite move and getting 2 KOs really early on. They use that space to get scores on the tier 2, and unfortunately H will be knocked out of our our Swiss, and XI will get one more game to play against XI Gaming, IX Gaming, the other one.
XIX. Yeah, it's like a Roman numeral or something. Yeah, good stuff here all around. Honestly, like these teams were super evenly matched. I thought, any moment you could have a win for either squad. So super fun. XI, good round 4 matchup. Super fun, best of 3.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we are going to see XI take on IX. I'm super excited about that one. It's going to be a fun show match. Our first one. But before that, Dreiku, we're going to take a quick break while we get set up for that best of 1. It'll be a very quick break while we get that set up. So don't go too far, folks. We have one more show match to be had. And you got your Night Ball.
I do have a Unite Ball.
Yeah.
I dropped it.
We'll be right back. Be right back. Be right back. Be right back. What? Well, come on in. What are those things even called? It's not a kazoo.
Yeah, it's not a kazoo. It's like a little party favor thing.
Party favor. What is it though? What are those called? Do you know what they're called? I don't know.
They're like
Either way,
kazoos.
welcome back, traders. We have our one final match of the evening of Underdunk number 76, the first inaugural show match of our Swiss bracket. And just like we drew it up, it's going to be IX Gaming versus XI Gaming. And I'm honestly super excited to see this one. IX Gaming, obviously the league team who is coming in just for this best of one. XI Gaming has won our normal side of our Swiss, being undefeated. They lost only a single map, which was our last match that we watched, but they still won the best of 3. But they earned the spot. They have a chance to win the badge for IX Gaming, all of these players, but they're going to have to win that best of 1. Yeah.
Wait, are you making the badges yourself? Like each of the league teams is participating?
Yeah, Lordy made the badges.
Yeah, they're like physical badges, each handmade by Lordy.
Discord
He doesn't know this. He doesn't know this, but
okay.
he told me.
He told you.
Okay. Handcrafting each one of those badges. So IX and then whoever subsequent league team joining is going to be theirs. But anyway, IX Gaming, I believe they ended 4th, right, in the regional league so far.
So far, there's still time.
Yeah. Yeah, they still got one more week, but they have secured their playoff spot for the UCS Regional League. I believe they're behind Lunex, EG, and then Dignitas is number 1 in North America. But nonetheless, it's still going to be a huge test for XI Namag for them to play in just a best of 1, by the way. Best of 1 is going to be on Kyogre, I believe.
Yeah, Kyogre, and it looks like IX Gaming is going to have option for first pick, but they are going to be on the bottom side. I'm not caring too much about the actual whatchamabobbits. So first pick is going to be... Oh, I know, they did switch it. Okay, never mind. Looks like that. They went to the top side. They are following the rules that have been
following
set in
the
stone.
rules.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Bunch
We
of
love rule
followers.
followers here.
Oh, we love rule followers. Yeah, what Kyle said.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Don't
I believe
break the rules.
Oh, I believe IX Gaming is playing with a sub, so it's not going to be their regional league team. I think Burzy is taking the night off or not able to make it for the best of 1. So Zelot is going to be playing the top player position. I think Burzy is normally an attacker player, but on IX Gaming, I believe he is the top lane player. I could be totally wrong here, but Zelot coming in from Dignitas, all right, coming into play, and as you can see here, lots of names, not the correct player. You got Victim, which I believe is Liko. You got Liko Slayer 7, 8, 9, and 6. I totally said that in the wrong order, but
yeah.
6 on the bottom.
On the other side, we also have 0, 1, 2, 3,
oh
and
my
4.
god, I hate it here.
No way, we're banning Duraludon in our year. This is so mean. He's getting hard targeted here.
They might as well ban like Duraludon, Inteleon, Mew, just like ban all of the attackers. But they're gonna ban Tyranitar, Duraludon, and Urshifu. So a bunch of pseudo legendaries and an actual legendary Pokemon.
I love it. This is super funny. I'm interested to see what we are actually gonna see. We are gonna see the lock-in of the Psyduck. I imagine that's going to be Whaley playing it. And XI Gaming going to lock in. Okay, no way. We're lining up our Phalanx. We're picking Phalanx too. Okay, let's go.
Yeah. Maybe there's some sort of agreement not to play Pokemon that... Oh my god, they're playing. I would say like one of the most powerful picks into Phalanx was that Pawmon, but they might be pivoting over to an Alchemy here. Let's see what... I'm assuming this is Liko playing as Victim. Now, Liko Slayer 9, I don't know who that is, but it's most likely an all-rounder in the top lane or the central lane Pokemon for this bully. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, we have a lot of options here. Looks like XI is lining up a Venusaur. Okay. I'm liking a Venusaur. They're actually kind of depriving IX from being able to take like a hard counter into Phalanx. Obviously, that Petal Dance, Giga Drain Venusaur is really strong into that Pokemon. So we'll see how that plays out. But immediately, IX Gaming going to lock in the Krampus. we're gonna have some fun things coming up.
Oh my gosh, yes, it's gonna be the fun Unite move composition between like the uniting Cram on top of the uniting Lapras. Love to see it, but there must have been like some agreement. They're like, hey, we're gonna play Phalanx, don't pick anything that's cringe against Phalanx, right? Because they had full opportunity to pick a Venusaur in their second, third pick for IX Gaming. But I mean, looking at this lineup here, they're like maybe Azumarill gets some benefit. You can like use Aquatail and Psyduck also gets some advantage out of you working on all the Phalanx minions. But for the most part, I would say it's a pretty okay matchup for Phalanx.
Yeah, it's Bubble Beam on Psyduck kind of goes crazy. I'm not sure about Disable. I don't think I've ever seen that interaction to see if like the Disables proc off the little guys, as I like to call them.
It actually goes all the way down to the 6-1, and then it goes back to the main one.
That would be so. Could you imagine? Phalanx can't have anything nice, is what I've learned over the last couple of years of seeing this Pokemon. It's just been, it needs rework, and we never see it anymore, and it's really sad.
Yeah. Definitely been at least one person complaining about Phalanx to get this thing changed, and it's been me. It's been me specifically. I love playing this Pokemon. I think like right next to Buzzwole, like Phalanx is one of my most played all-rounders, and anytime I get the opportunity in like blind pick or something to play Phalanx, I usually try to because it's just fun to play.
Let's get on with our show match, our best of one. IX Gaming on your purple side, XI Mag going to be on your orange side, and we are going to take the Eldegoss to the central area. That might be an invade. Sableye also going for an invade, and yeah, this is going to be really odd.
Yeah, this is going to be a triple invade, by the way. The buffs, by the way, on the Kyogre map, at least for the blue buff is on the lower left-hand side of the central area. Oh my god, there's the Fear, followed by the attack Eldegoss. Those boost autos are going to be slowing them as they make their way over to that Citrus Berry. Bullied out of their own central area. They have no idea that the Jigglypuff worked on the red buff, grabbed that one. This score on the left side of the top side of the map should be able to get the evolution for the Wigglytuff.
Phalanx going deep behind enemy lines, gonna get met, and they are gonna skirt away. Cramorant unable to go ahead and chase them. Eventually, Psyduck, it's gonna be a Surf Duck here, but IX Gaming playing very far forward. Piplup gets the Bulbasaur, so first partner Pokemon facing off. Piplup comes out ahead.
22 points already in for IX Gaming, most likely scored on the top side of the map. Yeah, no scores on this bottom side. But they're going to take all of the birds off of the field. They may lose a bird for their own. And that victim became victim number one as a Sableye gets a snatch there.
A big KO for the Sableye, holding 30 points as well, so they could potentially look to score this or go for one more invade. Scoring is going to be the name of the game. 30 points in for Sableye, and that's going to give them a slight lead here. But we are going to see, it's going to be a Leaf Tornado Eldegoss. I'm loving this already.
Yeah, so that Leaf Tornado, I think it's at level 10 or level 12. I don't know which plus ability comes first for Eldegoss.
I don't remember.
I think for like it does evolve, right? So it must be like 11 and 13. Once you get that plus ability, you can avoid some of the auto attacks. But here comes the Phalanx getting a KO onto the Azumarill as they head up to the tier 1 goal zone. We'll get a stack here if they have that attack weight stack. But 2 minutes have elapsed and only 32 points separates these two teams.
I'm going to try to put a stop to this 27 points from the Venusaur. Headache gauge pops and pushes Pokemon scattering about. Another Surf there, unable to stop the 3 points. That's a tall task. 5 points as well from this Phalanx. And IX Gaming pressing very far forward. Azumarill clearing up all those Altaria family. Surf is going to stun up this Phalanx once again. Aquatail is going to hit the mark. And they're just going to be able to escape, but Lapras not so lucky.
Yeah, I love this moveset. It's my preferred moveset when playing Phalanx. This is going to be Beat Up Iron Head. You can place the minions or the little guys whenever you use Beat Up just like this. You can use them to take wild Pokemon, or you can leave them just to get some vision for your team. They don't stay there for very long, but once you use Beat Up, you can kind of all gather in one area, get a shield for yourself, and do a lot of burst damage on wild Pokemon or enemy Pokemon if you land them.
48 points to 138, but that's going to level up here with an additional 13 from Victim, which is Liko, and it looks like IX is going to clear off this Regieleki down in the bottom path, which will walk towards this T1. Wigglytuff getting a little bit of vision on what exactly is happening. Nice little Hurricane there is going to send XI scattering to defend this push from the Regieleki.
Here comes the rest of the players for Nimag XI heading down to the bottom path. No Unite moves for the Dust Devil themselves. I think that's Dust Devil Formation's the name of that Unite move. I haven't said that one in a very long time.
Yeah.
It's a fun Unite move. It's not super impactful. Oh my god, Emperor Slide finds 4 members and obliterates them off the field. Here comes the king, has made its way to the battlefield.
Oh, you just got to give it up to, I assume, Whaley on the side, hitting a perfect psychic there, setting that play up, and Liko and Empoleon knocking it all the way down. IX Gaming now taking a pretty nice advantage, as well as the score advantage that they just earned. But levels are looking extra nice as they earn another objective. That is the Regidrago.
Not only were they able to hit multiple Pokemon, but the faster or the further distance you get with the Sovereign Slide Unite move, the more damage that you do. And that looked like a full distance Unite move. Immediately, that the HP bars evaporated on the side of XI. Here comes the Cramorant plus the Lapras Unite move. They're going to get on away here. I don't know if they're targeting the Phalanx little minions there, but the wave, the Deluge will get the Phalanx. KO Shriek of 2 for XI, or IX Gaming here will get another KO as they push onto the tier 1 goal zone. And suddenly, IX Gaming starting to pick up some steam with this Lapras.
That was super fun to watch. And also Wigglytuff and Cramorant just kind of having a showdown, a stare down until the KO finally came through. A little bit of a face-off in the central area this time. Phalanx getting obliterated by this Empoleon. And the Cramorant going forward. Another Aqua Tail is going to send Eldegoss back to the Pokemon Center. Wigglytuff Unite move is going to give a little bit of shielding to this Venusaur, but a Bubble Beam, and yeah, I think Venusaur is going to have to just retreat here.
Man, can Empoleon get out of here? It was almost able to. They dashed through the wall and potentially getting some healing with the Hydro Typhoon in the Whirlpool. There's the Dust Devil formation. Gets a KO onto the Lapras as they continue to retreat back over to the left side of the field. They got full position to take this objective in the bottom side off of the field. Liko Slayer, I think that's 3, has to heal up the other Liko Slayers, but they don't have any healing. They will have healing with the Cotton Cloud Crash. Regieleki brought down to 25%, but the Cramorant, the victim, no longer is they, as they get the Regieleki, and that's going to go to the tier 2.
Yeah, Liko looking like a perpetrator with that steal right there. I just thought about that. That was pretty good, you have to admit. One thing I also noticed, Draiku, is that we have all water types on IX. So I don't know if this was planned, but we have all water types for IX.
Definitely making a move here on the tier 2 goals with a 6-player push. Here comes the Emperor Slide, a Sovereign Slide available to them. Here comes the Slide, it grabs. Oh, I think it just hit a minion. The only thing that it hit, unfortunately. So not super valuable on that one. It will be forced over to the left side of the field. Petal Dance Venusaur, super effective damage, makes their way over there. Here comes the Belly Bash, finds its way onto the Wigglytuff. It's gonna literally bounce off of that Wiggles, and here comes the Phalanx as well. KO streak of 1, they get a KO streak of 2 as they get the Phalanx, or as they get the Psyduck, and still having to work on the Regieleki on the backside is the Venusaur, by the way.
Just got information from Lordy, said that IX wanted to be a single type gym leader. Oh, that's a kind of a fun wrinkle to this. Maybe we'll think about that in the future. I actually really like that. IX Gaming, though, a little bit ahead here, 217 to 202, 1 minute remaining. And now we have a Registeel on the field, and we'll see if IX Gaming can steal it away. Nice little pull there from the Psyduck. Phalanx going full bore into the fray. Another little surf is going to separate them. Cramorant going to dash away with that Hurricane. Sableye going down, and Empoleon able to take them out.
Yeah, was that a Sovereign Slide Unite move? No, I'm not exactly sure what I saw there. I think that was a Metal Claw. No, I think it was a Metal Claw. Yeah. It's the point-and-click dash ability. Looks very similar to Sovereign Slide at low, medium ranges, but they are going to find a win in the top path. They're going to find the Lapras as they move on over to the bottom side of the map, but there's going to be a Registeel going over to IX Gaming, and that's going to be huge for some of these Pokemon. They will find the victim, unfortunately, a victim here. A little dance on them as well as they take position in the central area.
I don't know if we talked about it. This is a Sludge Petal Venusaur. No, I don't know, man. This is just so funny. Kyogre has hit the fray. It's going to be a full rip here from XI. We have some Unite moves. Chaos Glower coming in from the Sableye. Kyogre now at half. Got to look for a secure Venusaur. Looking for
Oh my god!
Phalanx gets it.
and we might have the first gym badge being awarded to a team that is not IX Gaming, but is Nimag XI. The victim's the only one left standing as the Azumarill about to go down as well. They're trying their best to stay on the battlefield quickly, though. Can they get this Unite move off? It doesn't even matter because they're going to be sent back to the Pokemon Center. And Liko, the only one left standing, will have to scurry back to the goal zone. Here comes the Cramorant plus a Lapras Unite move. I don't know if it's going to be enough. They may get a knockout here that's going to be huge. Okay, they got the Venusaur. It's some wings or wind underneath their wings.
Okay, that's another KO. Oh no, Phalanx gets the side. I thought Phalanx for sure was going to go down, but this Pokemon is starting to heat up, and this might be all that XI needed. Those 2 KOs were absolutely massive. But yeah, what an incredible steal here from this Phalanx.
Wouldn't even call it a steal. It was an optimal play, right? The Cramorant, nowhere to be found. It was a 4v or a 5v4 situation. They got the Unite move on the Venusaur, and with all those petals going, all that chaos that it was ensuing, it probably would have been really hard to get the confirmation anyway. But nonetheless, best of 1, Nimag XI will get the gym badge of IX Gaming.
I love this. That was super fun. A little bit of dances between some friends. Obviously, Ray on XI is actually the sub, the alternate for IX. So a little bit of showmanship, a little bit of fun here as we get a 3 KO streak to close us out. A clean team wipe for IX, but it doesn't matter. XI earning the gym badge against this water type gym leader.
Lots of fun, lots of fun. But yeah, again, look for Lordy to give out those handmade badges to Nimag XI. Yeah, handmade, woodworked, maybe even metalworked. Yeah, metalworked.
Forged in steel.
Forged in Kyle's leg. Yeah. 692-217 is your final for our best of 1 show match. IX Gaming on our purple side, Nimag XI on our orange side, and finally, Phalanx and all the little guys have their time to shine.
That was super fun. It would have been really funny to see XI go like all 1 type, but I don't know. I think having the all 1 type gym leader was super fun. Yeah, look at these damage numbers. Yeah, 111k here from Victim, which I believe is actually Liko. All the Liko slayers technically won.
Yeah, they did slay Liko.
Yeah.
Liko did do a lot of damage.
Yeah. So who
11,000 damage from Cramorant. I think Cramorant had a pretty decent pick rate in Asia Champions League.
Yeah, it did.
It's an attacker that it's fairly consistent. I mean, especially when you're playing something like Dive Hurricane. I love playing Dive Hurricane. I think that's my preferred. You have the mobility very similar to Mew. You have a lot of charges on those abilities as well, and you have a pretty decent Unite move if placed in the right position.
Hi everybody, hi Whaley and Liko. Yeah, Nimag XI, huge stuff. Honestly, I thought that was super fun. I like the little pivot. I don't know if Lordy told y'all to do the single type leader, but I like that. I thought that was super fun wrinkle to the show match. Super fun stuff. Congratulations to XI Nimag, or Nimag XI, however you want to say it. Which, if you don't know, it's just IX Gaming backwards. So, fun fact. I don't know if everybody here is a reader, if you read things. But
I don't read it.
Yeah, me neither. But yeah, fun stuff. Nice party favor. Final thoughts. Big shout out to everybody involved for making this happen. Obviously, we didn't have Bina today. No Bina cam. Instead, we had the Gamma Camera, is what I'm calling it, the Gamma Camera. So thank you to Gamma. Thank you, obviously, Lordy, for all the TOing. Hopefully, Bina's having fun at the Orlando Regional, which is going on for...
She's on the beach.
She's on the beach. On the beach.
Yeah, instead of hanging out with us.
Shout out to Husky, and then my good friend to my right, DreikuSan, coming back to cast Underdunk 76. Super fun stuff, and obviously thank you to IX Gaming for allowing us to run this show match. Any final thoughts, Mr. Draiku?
No, I'm interested to see like how the metagame continues to develop. I think we're in a pretty stable position where we are right now. Maybe not so much in the general community of Pokemon Unite, but at least for the metagame, it's looking kind of okay.
Yeah, metagame is definitely good. Hopefully we get some changes to some of the changes that they made. for those that don't know, I think we talked about it a little bit earlier. I played for the first time with the changes to the moveset.
With me.
With Jakku. And I totally did not change my moveset because I forgot it was a thing. Holy cow, is that really frustrating?
it was right after our blind pick because he was like still in ultra, and then we get into the loading screen, and then we're just quiet, right? We're just like doing whatever, and then I'm just like, hey Kyle, did you lock in your moveset?
Nope. No, sure didn't.
And he just goes
just audible sighs. Just audible
and it was
sighs.
like you were playing like Latios, I think, that game.
Yeah,
it
it
was
wasn't
like
too
the
bad.
perfect Meteors game, and you were locked into the other one.
Yeah, it was like I can't remember exactly what they're playing, but like Meteors would have been so good because they were gonna fight up like grouped, and it was. I think we still ended up winning, but it was still like, I wanted to play Meteors and I couldn't play Meteors because I couldn't change my moves. And then I played Mewtwo Y. And I had, what did I have? I had Future Sight.
You had Future Sight Recover. Jesus.
It's so bad. That moveset's so bad. It's so bad. But yeah, you live and you learn that you need to lock in your movesets. Remember to do that, everybody.
Yeah.
As we move forward in our meta. But outside of that, Underdunk 76 comes to a close. I believe we'll be back next week, but we'll be taking the following off. So stay tuned for all that. Congratulations to all the teams that played. And outside of that, we will see you next time. Bye-bye.
Wait, can you do the golem thing again?
Remember the old cash for cars?
Oh my god, yeah.